This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. With the Red Canyon fire burning about 11 miles east of Thermopolis, passing 100,000 acres in size, Governor Mark Gordon has declared a fire emergency, even as crews report it's 28% contained. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke to generational ranchers in the path of the fire who are working together to save their homes and cattle.
Ranchers here are frustrated because this is a fast-moving fire. They're seeing these flames leap over 60 feet swaths of land that they had torn up and hoped to hold back the fire, and it's just not holding it back. We have the perfect temperature for a hot fire. You got high winds, hot temperature, and dry fuel. It's definitely a dangerous mix, and it's scary to see it. The terrain that this fire is in, it is a lot of ravines, a lot of crevices. Once the fire gets into those areas, it's nearly impossible to put out until Mother Nature interferes and gives us snow or rain.
The planes and helicopters have made a dramatic difference in fighting back the flames, and the ranchers have been grateful to see them arrive. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that there now are 425 personnel working the Red Canyon fire.
They brought in what they call a complex team. That's a higher level team to manage the firefighting operations than was there before. And it comes with more people. It comes with more resources. There's a lot of aerial attacks. They're not trying to put out the fire with these things. They're dropping them around the fire to make these lines, these breaks, so that when or if the fire gets to this point, it's stopped. And so once they drop that, all these personnel go in and they do the hard work with the shovels and stuff, and they really define these lines. And they will drop it inside if they're trying to put out like some hot spots and stuff like that. But at this point right now, they're just trying to get around it.
Also burning in Wyoming's Bighorn Basin is the Sleeper Ranch fire northeast of Meeteetse, which has burned over 20,000 acres and is 40% contained, and the Spring Creek fire about 10 miles southeast of Ten Sleep, which has burned over 3,500 acres and is 24% contained. Authorities in Campbell County had to drop attempted murder charges against 3 Mexican nationals when their alleged victim vanished. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Adrian Gonzalez Oviedo, Aiden Oviedo Rivera, and Juan Gonzalez Rendon were accused of beating their roommate and dumping him in a desolate and freezing stretch of Campbell County with no shoes or shirt in November of last year.
The victim's sort of a key in the case because they based at least a lot of their probable cause on his interview after they found him shoeless and cold in November and beaten. And so if they were going to go to trial, and they had 1 trial scheduled for July and 2 more scheduled for August, they were going to need him, according to these documents by the county attorney, and they couldn't find him.
The sheriff's office notified ICE that it was releasing the 3 defendants, and ICE picked up each of the 3 men within 2 days. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
These might be the dog days of summer, but Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day has compiled enough information and confidence to put out his extended forecast for the upcoming 2025-26 winter season. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to the state's most trusted weatherman, and if Day is right, brace yourself and bundle up. According to his forecast, Wyoming's winter will come early, stick around longer, and bring plenty of snow and cold with it.
He thinks that it's going to be a colder and snowier winter, not just over last winter, but snowier and colder overall for the last 30-year average for Wyoming winters. It doesn't mean persistent cold. We're not going to see those long stretches of extreme negative temperatures, but we're going to go from extreme cold to warmer days. And that might sound annoying, but what that means is storms are moving. And if there's movement in the atmosphere, that means more precipitation, which means more snow.
While there's still plenty of uncertainty about what will will unfold in the coming months, Day said he's around 70% confident in his analysis of how current oceanic conditions, historical data, and long-range weather modeling will manifest over Wyoming between October 2025 and February of 2026. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Christopher Holton. I'm very active. It was a Saturday morning. Normally I go for my normal walk.
With no warning, Chris suffered a near-fatal heart attack. But thankfully, Brian Buckley, a bystander, saw him collapse and rushed to help.
He did this big gasp for air and then just stopped. It's like I went into autopilot. It's like all that training I did back in the day around CPR just magically came out of nowhere.
Because of the CPR training that Brian received, Chris did make it and didn't die on the trail that day. CPR training provided by the American Heart Association.
Looking at your hands, these two hands could save a life.
Being a father, you want to be around. You want to be around for your kids.
Heart disease is America's #1 killer. To learn more about how the American Heart Association helps save lives, go to helpheart.org.
Yes, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday, August 19. Here's what we're looking at. Red Canyon fire still blazing away. Greg and Jackie have updates on that. As the fire now estimated 100,000 acres. Actually, the latest INCI-Web I saw had it downscaled to 91,000, whatever. It's a lot of acres. And ranchers feeling helpless to protect their land, their grazing leases, whatever they got in the path of the fire. There's a Type 2 team on it, and they are hitting it hard. 425 personnel assigned, and a declaration of emergency from the governor. That means FEMA money is now opened up to help fund the costs of this fire. The Wyoming Carnegie Medal hero. You didn't know there was a medal for heroism. Carnegie Medal. That was given to Ryan Patsburg, Green River man. Bestowed by the governor. We'll learn more about Ryan, what he did that was so heroic, and we'll also check in with Don Day's way too early winter weather forecast, not to be outdone by Farmer's Almanac. Actually, we're going to continue to talk about Farmer's Almanac today. Yesterday, we touched on it a little bit because of the story of David Madison. We said, is Farmer's Almanac still relevant? I mean, the first issue came out, the original old Farmer's Almanac, as it's called, came out in 1792. Issue 233 is due out in 7 days, I believe, 1 week. And that will have the winter weather forecast. Now, the other guys, it's too bad there's two of these. And I don't know why that happened. Some kind of split way back. There's two Farmer's Almanac. The old original is 233 years old, 1792. The new imposter was established in 1818. I say newer. And that's the one that is already issued its winter weather forecast. So if you're not first, you're last, right? That's what Don Day said. Sometimes the pressure to be first in weather forecasting can cause you to be really early with your forecast and really inaccurate. And Don said, hold on, I'll do a winter weather forecast, but give me a little bit of time. He came out with it today, and warns it may be only 70% accurate. Still, that's pretty good. 70%. Farmer's Almanac, according to a study in the early 1980s, was found to be just 50.7% accurate. So, and we're going to talk to Dennis Sun today more about Farmer's Almanac, whether he thinks it's still relevant or useful for ranchers, farmers, anybody who might read it. We'll see. Still talking Farmer's Almanac. And when Don Day comes on, Don Day's winter weather forecast, he's saying it's going to be colder and snowier and longer and everything about winter we detest when we're in the middle of it. I mean, I don't mind a cold, snowy, long winter. I say that now. I don't mind it for two reasons. One, it'll help the snowpack and help our drought conditions. That's always good. Look at where we are today. We got a 100,000-acre Red Canyon fire raging because everything's tinder dry. We got creeks and rivers running really low, reservoirs low. That's not good. And so we need the water. I like that. Second reason I don't mind a long, cold, snowy winter. Who is texting me like crazy? Oh, group text. I'm going to have to kick all you off. Second reason, we haven't had one of those winters that chases away Californians. And I don't want to pick on Californians. There's some good California people. You know what I mean? I'm just stereotyping. I'm trying to, somebody who is not Wyoming, who doesn't belong here, whoever that somebody is, the stereotype. They come here for whatever, because they hated where they were. They were taxed up to their eyeballs. They got carjacked every other week. Whatever it is they hated about their place. They came here to get a little elbow room and tax relief or whatever. A little fresh air. And then they try to change things. First thing they do is try to make it like the place they came from. You really ought to have fill in the blank like we did in the Bay Area. Oh, okay. Thanks for that advice. Why aren't you still living in the Bay Area then if you love that so much? And they try to change everything when they get here. And it takes a good winter like Don Day might be forecasting to chase them back where they came. One winter, we've had a couple mild winters where these Californians or whoever, it doesn't have to be California. I don't hate on California. I'm not throwing shade on California. There are some good things about California. I like going there. I like some of the people there. But I'm just using them as my general stereotype. And they're warned about the winters. Oh, their friends might tell them, their family met them, like, move here if you can afford to, and you'll really love it, but you got to watch out for the winters. The winters are tough. Winters are cold. In the last couple of winters, the unworthy have braced themselves and thought, oh, that wasn't that bad. Plus, they spend 2 months of it on some island somewhere. But if we get one of those Wyoming winters that is brutal, snow up to here, for you on radio, I'm showing like a really high point. Snow up to the hornet's nest. Supposedly, with the wasps will tell you, that's an old wives' tale, the height of which wasps build their nest right now is like bee time. Bees are everywhere, right? Late August, there's bees all over the place. Wasps, bees, and wasps are making their nests. If wasps make their nest in a very covered, secluded area, that means a lot of snow. And if the higher the nest, that's how much snow there'll be. So if the nest is way the heck up on the eaves of your roof, that's how high the snow's going to be this winter. Old wives' tale from Farmer's Almanac. if we get one of those winters where 15 below is the high for the day, you'll pray for 15 below, because last night it was 35 below. Yeah. Then we'll separate the wheat from the chaff. The chaff will go running. Then we'll see who's who. So maybe it'll be a Don Day proving winter. That's what we'll call it. Here's what Don Day has forecasted for today. And Don looks like he's bringing winter next week. Good grief, it's going to be much cooler. Today, for instance, in Jackson, it's going to be 90 and sunny. Next week, 71 and cloudy. 20-degree difference in a week. Watch out. Casper, sunny 95 today. Landers, sunny 93. Evanston, 87, plenty of sunshine. Rock Springs, 88 under sunny skies. Pinedale, sunny and 83. Afton, double eights and sunshine. Sun everywhere. Du Bois, 83 and sunny. Jackson, near 90. Sunny. Thermopolis, 97 today. Oh, man. Sunny, hot, 97. Thermopolis, is where the Red Canyon fire started, 11 miles east of it. So, yeah, we're talking near 100-degree temperatures for those firefighters. Golly, hang in there, men and women. Sunny today in Cody, 93 the high. Buffalo, sunny, 95. Sheridan, heat advisory. It's going to be so hot in Sheridan today, 99. Doggy. Gillette, sunny, 95. Newcastle, 92. Plenty of sunshine. Torrington, sunny, hot, 95. Douglas, where the Bearcats are probably doing two-a-days. The high school football team will be sunny and hot, man. You want to put the pads on today. 94 in Douglas, sunny in Cheyenne, 85, 84 in Laramie, 88, 89, Rawlins, Saratoga, plenty of sunshine. So just sunny and hot throughout Wyoming, but soak it up. Get it while you can, because weather change coming next week. We'll talk to Don, get more about when, why, where, all that stuff. And we will ask him how he came up with his winter weather forecast, which calls for longer, colder, snowier. Winter. Don Day's way too early. Winter forecast. Colder, snowier, and longer. That story from Andrew Rossi in the Cowboy State Daily resonating with many on Facebook. Some people using the crying emoji. Yeah, you're going to be crying, and your tears might freeze on your cheeks. You have over 400 impressions, 77 comments, and 133 shares on that. Checking out the Facebook action. By far, the most gobbled up story is Cowboy State Daily's coverage of the Red Canyon fire. Once again, Cowboy State Daily leading the way on news that matters to Wyomingites. That fire is big, and it's impactful. It's hurting a lot of people. The quote on the headline from the ranchers: "We feel pretty damn helpless," as that grass fire just rages. These grass fires, you have no idea how fast they move. You get winds, 30-mile-an-hour wind, 97-degree heat, humidity's like single digits, and this fire just comes at you, and you can't get far enough out ahead of it to even create a fire break. But there's a Type 2 team on it, and that's almost as high as you can get. That's a Rocky Mountain Interagency Complex Type 2 team. That's it only got one higher than that. The Type 1 team, you got 425 personnel on it. We're seeing containment now approaching 30%. That's good news. They're throwing a lot of manpower and women power at this fire. Folks want to help. I understand. You can help by doing the following. Don't fly drones. Don't be that guy. Please. If you fly drones, you're going to ground all the firefighting efforts. That's dumb. 2, within reason, don't try to help firefighters. Don't try to be a hero. Don't go out there with your Pulaski or your garden hose and think you're going to help. For the most part, you're in the way. Especially if you're under evacuation order. If you've been told to go, I understand you want to try to save your barn, your shed, your house, whatever it is, and I get it. But if it gets to the point where you're in the way and firefighters have to stop what they're doing and escort you out for your own safety, you're slowing things down. And some people are going to do the Wyoming thing anyway, and they're going to try to help and put the fire out. Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm not telling you. I'm just saying you may not be helping if you think you're helping. You want to really help. Do what Tabitha is doing. Tabitha says, I have 2 rooms with 3 beds. I'm behind the El Rancho Motel. I'm at the El Rancho Motel behind Los Cabos. She's offering housing for people on the fire. Offer housing, food, comfort, support. That's great. That's good stuff. That's the community. That's Wyoming coming together. That's a way to help. And that's cool. But that's the dominating story today. Cowboy State Daily means people are really interested in that. Also, Snakes on a Plane. I never saw the movie. I can't imagine what possessed Samuel L. Jackson, who I think is a good actor. I mean, he's no Shakespearean, but there was a time where I think Sammy Jackson's agent just had him taking way too many movies. He couldn't say no. Samuel Jackson must have had child support or something, and he just could not turn down a movie. This is a hard pass for any A-lister, even B-listers, if they got the phone call. You want to be in a movie called Snakes on a Plane? Nope. No, I'm not that desperate. I'll keep waiting tables here in Hollywood until I get my big break. No, I'm not going to be in Snakes on a Plane. Although, I mean, I don't know what it did at the box office, but I know what it did at Rotten Tomatoes, and it was garbage. It's a garbage movie. Come on. And Samuel L. Jackson should be ashamed of himself for being in it. But it's playing out in real life. Cowboy State Daily story. Snakes on a plane in a hangar at the Gray Bull Airport, which is Rattlesnake Central. Eeks. It's a snake. Greg Johnson, that snaky snake, will be with us in a moment on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan. If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Well, as Archie Bunker would say, I stand collected. Or corrected or connected. Snakes on a Plane actually gets 69% Rotten Tomatoes score from the critics. However, actual popcorn eaters who went to see it give it 49%. That's one of the rare times you get a movie that doesn't pretend to be an Oscar winner. Like, we know it's a B garbage movie, and the critics love it. And the people say, no, this is even bad for a B movie.
It was terrible.
Was it? You saw it? Okay.
I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be good, but I thought sometimes, the B movies are ridiculous, but also can be fun.
Yes.
Like Cocaine Bear or something, but
yeah. Sometimes
that one wasn't.
Sometimes they can be campy good, intentionally bad good, but people weren't buying it, and somehow the critics were hoodwinked, probably by their darling Samuel L. Jackson, who I don't understand why he took that. Can you believe he took that?
Well,
role?
Yeah, you pay him money, you do so.
I mean, isn't he above that? I don't know. What about Sharknado? This reminds me of Sharknado. Like, that's bad too, right? You didn't see that, did you?
No.
Sharknado.
I want to see this new Bambi movie.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, there's a Bambi slasher movie.
I might have heard of this.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, here Sharknado, very similar. Another movie that you're not going to see it nominated for anything. And the critics give it a 77%. Are you kidding me? And the popcorn meter, 35%. In other words, real people said, I can't believe I wasted my money on this. And critics said it's gone with the wind. It's gone. Sharknado.
Yeah.
And Snakes on a Plane. Well, Snakes on a Plane.
Well, there's a lot of Sharknados.
Yes.
They made sequels to that.
Yes, and Sharknado 2 didn't do too bad either. 69%.
Yeah, I don't know if they made other NATOs with putting other things in tornadoes, like like polar bear NATO or I don't know. I think they've done that, but this Bambi: The Reckoning is what it's called.
Ooh.
And IMDb has it, after a mother and son get in a car wreck, they soon become hunted by Bambi, a mutated, grief-stricken deer on a deadly rampage seeking revenge for the death of his mother.
Tell me Samuel Jackson isn't in that. Please.
No, but in the trailer, there's one part where Bambi rips somebody's head off.
Oh, nice.
Bambi's all grown up too. He's not a little fawn.
antlers and
he's not a fawn
foaming at
anymore.
the mouth.
It's not getting pushed around anymore.
Somehow his teeth got all sharp.
Yeah. It's kind of it's like those rabbits that are growing crap out of their face. Bambi just got all mutated. Probably drinking some.
It's the same guys who did that Winnie the Pooh horror film. Now that the what do you call them?
Is it a copyright?
Yeah, the copyrights have expired.
Yeah.
On them. So now.
Yeah. That's why you have Mickey Mouse in porn movies now, and yeah, it's so stupid.
Yep.
There
Bambi
was
the Reckoning.
You're not going to see
what was
that.
the Winnie the Pooh one?
I don't know. There's a law of diminishing returns.
Oh
on
yeah, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Blood and Honey. Sharknado had a law of diminishing returns. By the time you got to Sharknado 4, you had 14% Rotten Tomatoes score, down from 77 from the critics. Moviegoers did.
Are there any childhood characters or anything you'd love to see made into horror films?
I don't even like horror films, so no, I don't watch horror films. Real life is horror enough. Why do I need to be scared? I'm scared by my health insurance options. You want a horror film? Try getting health insurance in Wyoming. We're down to 2 providers. That's it. Blue Cross and the other guys. And you have to pay the company you work for rather than receive a paycheck if you want to put yourself on insurance. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's horror enough. I don't need a horror movie. I got Cheyenne gangsters riding their crotch rockets up and down Main Street. That's a horror movie. You got a wildfire heading right at your ranch and your barn and everything you've worked for. That's a horror movie. Yeah, who needs horror? Horror is the headlines.
I don't know. It'd be interesting. SpongeBob.
And there's snakes taking over the Grable Airport. As if real life isn't enough. I don't know. Mark Hines has that story.
Yeah, they're killing them inside the hangar.
Right.
It's like, yeah, there's snakes there.
Careful when you reach to pull your bag off the carousel. Oh, dang. You're going to get bit. Snakes everywhere, man. Rattlesnakes in the Grable Airport, the other airport too. The other goofball on radio in Wyoming was quoted in the story. I didn't know he was a pilot, Glenn Woods.
Nope, but more incentive to take off quick.
Yeah. I don't want to be on the tarmac for too long. Snakes would be wrapped around your tires and your props. I don't know. Snakes. Check out that story. That's Mark Hines wrote that. Kind of scary. The fire has caused some evacuation orders in Fremont County. Is that right? This Red Canyon fire?
Yeah, well, they're on stand. Some are ready, some are set.
Right.
I don't think anybody's been told to go.
Okay.
But maybe. But I mean, it's best to just check with your local sheriff because they're pretty specific about exactly where, what roads and between this road and this road.
Yeah, they have different zones. Yeah.
It's close to 110,000 acres, but 28% contained. So that's the guess how much the Red Canyon fire has cost
to fight so far? Estimated cost.
Oh boy. 10 million?
No.
Not that much.
No.
2 million.
Nope. To 3.6 million.
Governor declared, and which allows FEMA money now. FEMA could cover up to 70% of the cost of fighting this fire. So, yeah, we got a type 2 team on it. 400, well over 400 personnel. So they're getting after it. Maybe Don Day's way too early winter forecast calling for colder, snowier, longer winter will get here and put some of these fires out. Red Canyon's not the only one in Wyoming, not the only one in the West. You ready for a real Wyoming winter?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
I say that now because it's hot. I mean, today it's going to be 90. That's kind of hot. But when it comes January, February, those cold January, the month that lasts like 3 months long. February is, there ain't nothing about February that ever is more. That's cold, cold month. Then you'll regret it. But I do like a cold, snowy winter to chase away, just only the hardy should survive in Wyoming. And if somehow you've been hanging on here and you don't belong here, if you're not one of us, a good hard winter will sort that out. So that's the smelting pot. Is Denver Broncos got an extra safety over there we could use? The Bills' defense is horrendous. Our safety options are terrible. We had the guy that almost died, and he's playing like he did die. He's horrible. And the other rookie is horrible. Want to make a trade?
No. No. I think we're good, but yeah, I mean, it is just the preseason. But yeah, you don't want to get blanked in preseason.
Yeah, got whipped. I mean, we weren't playing our dudes, but we were playing some guys on defense, including the safeties, which have never been ready for real NFL football. I can't believe these guys don't feel guilty drawing a paycheck. I mean, they're terrible. We need some safety help.
And who needs help is the Browns for quarterback, man.
Browns got too many quarterbacks. What's wrong with that? I mean, you got an old geezer.
They named Flacco the starter.
Yeah, I mean, you knew that was going to happen. It's either that or you cut him. He's not going to hold a clipboard. He's your starter, but you know he's going to get hurt. He's fragile. He's old. First time he gets sacked, he's out. He's hurt. So you got to name him starter. If you see that or you cut him. No, you can't trade him. No one will take him. You can trade one of the two draft picks, which I'm surprised they haven't done yet, Shador or the other kid. But they got four. They got too many. They got four like decent quarterbacks. Well, Flacco will get hurt in week 1. And then then you just work your way down the list.
Yeah. Well, I think they got, I think Shador Sanders is like 4th on the depth chart.
Yeah, he's 4th. They got that old Pittsburgh guy, Pickett, Kenny.
Who's been hurt, but he's the backup.
Yeah, he should be 4. Or if you can convince somebody to trade for him for like a 4th round pick, I would do that today. He's not.
You know who I thought of? Because he in his 2 preseason games, he has looked really good. I'm surprised the Browns aren't calling up the Broncos trying to get Jared Stidham. Because he's started before and he's looking really good.
I don't know who that is.
well, he's the backup, the Bo Nix, but he's been making a case and really putting together some tape to get some notice from other teams.
Well, why would the Browns already got 3 guys they can't use? Why would they need a 5th?
Because Stidham's better than any of the ones on the roster now.
No.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, I would take Stidham over a 40-year-old Flacco any day. Yes.
Oh, over Flacco, but we know what Flacco is. Flacco's just
he's better than Pickett. And he's better than those 2 rookies.
He's better than Pickett. The rookies, I don't know.
They go in and be their starter.
The Browns are not in the quarterback market. They're trying to unload one.
You're always in the market to upgrade, though.
Yeah, if you're the Saints, but I don't know, or the Raiders.
Always looking to upgrade. But that's true. If you're the Browns and you're already thinking, we want the number 1 pick next year.
Again, we want a high pick. Yeah. You're already thinking of tanking before you played your first game. Well, that's pretty
You never
sad.
know. They could be just sitting there looking at it like, man, let's just go for it. Let's just tank.
I saw something today in the Pinedale Roundup online, and it makes this, to me, it's the most insignificant little post on their website. But this is the whole reason we were talking about 8 newspapers in Wyoming being shuttered by the main corporation. And this is what we risked losing. This little story tells it all. Pinedale Roundup today. They had, regular stories, stuff that we're following at Cowboy State Daily, but something we would never post. I got to sneeze. Something you'd never see in the Cowboy State Daily, something hyper local but important. Learn to skate classes offered for 2025. It was posted yesterday in the Pinedale Roundup with a link to how you can sign your kid up to learn to skate at the ice rink in Pinedale. And that is why you need the Pinedale Roundup and the Torrington Telegram and all these little stuff like that. Because the kid that signs up tomorrow could be an Olympian skater in 12 years. You never know. Or not. Or it could just be a great experience. But it's not something you're going to see anywhere else, online or anywhere. And that little post in the Pinedale Roundup is why you need community papers. I thought that was huge. Watch out for getting scammed, Greg. Y. Posting on Facebook using an Eminem song. Guess who's back? Shady's back. Na, 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 na. You know what's back is scamming. Wyoming Department of Transportation using the lyrics from famed Detroit rapper Eminem's song to tell you to watch out for the scams. The smishing scam, the text telling you you've run up some kind of unpaid toll bill, Easy Pass or something.
I've gotten those texts.
Oh my, I get them all the time. I get them like every
I've gotten them.
week.
These guys say, yeah. These scam texts, and you can tell because they're coming from some foreign phone number. You know?
And you know who's behind them? Y. doesn't say this, but I looked at another site.
I thought you were saying Y. was behind them.
No. Y.'s found a new way, new source of revenue. Yeah, they're scamming their own people. No, it's China. Many of these are AI derived, bot derived, and many of them have been linked to China. I looked at a federal website that also had similar warnings, and all these go back to China infiltration. It's just awful. Yeah, Y-Dog's warning.
I think AI is going to get to a point where it's so good at replicating things and everything. It is going to like, how are you going? It is going to start developing scams so good that it's just like taking everybody in.
Yeah. Yeah. AI is going to work on that. AI is operating on a lot of different fronts to take over mankind. Besides just outright killing us, like we see in the sci-fi movies, cyborgs and stuff. Yeah, it's going to first destroy us from within. It's going to rob all our money with scams that you won't be able to detect. You think you're paying your electric bill and it's actually going to China. It's some AI scam. Yeah. And then when we're totally in a weakened state and broke, then AI is coming for us to actually kill us. Although we're not there yet, because have you seen the viral videos about cyborgs and robots trying to do things like play soccer? They fall down. There was an entire soccer game of robots that they played in Japan or China or something. And they were really bad. Like, they were trying to kick the ball, but then the robots would fall over. Have you seen robots in the factory trying to work? And they just go crazy and start smashing stuff. Like they're supposed to be doing something on an assembly line, putting this thing there. And then they get off a little bit to the right, and then they're not picking up the right thing. And also they go, they fly and they fall apart and fall down. And you're like, okay, maybe we are safe for another few years.
I don't know, or there's some kind of there's some kind of secret command built into them. They get the secret command and they go they stand up and then they start going running amok or something. And
yeah, they're all programmed to appear inept until the year 2031, and yet they'll all hear the same call and kill us. Yeah. The cat, this cat was sleeping so soundly in the bedroom on a king size, right in the middle of it's a queen size bed, flat in the middle of it, taking up the whole thing, spread out. And now he's awake and he's got to go outside, and I'm going to have to shove him outside. That means we're taking a break. Greg, what are you doing?
I guess I'm going outside.
What? But then coming back. All right. We'll be right back. It's a cat outside break. Cowboy State Daily.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Tuesday. Greg Johnson's with us. I'm reading the story about the drug-sniffing dog that found some bad stuff in this dude's car. Claire McFarland wrote it.
Yeah, he tried to. He tried to challenge the conviction. Didn't work. So this.
He made, what did he do originally? He made a bad turn.
He made an illegal turn.
Yeah, illegal turn. Then he had a license that turned out to be valid, but initially it looked like it wasn't. And then by then, the drug-sniffing dog was sniffing like crazy, the canine.
Yeah. This is all happening, too, while during a case where he was eventually convicted of burning his own trailer, convicted of arson.
Right. He was out. Why was he out?
Well, because it was still proceeding. It wasn't.
Oh. It says...
It already been convicted. But a lot of times, too, if you're convicted, you stay out until sentencing, too.
Andrew Boyer, 36-year-old, serving 8 to 14 years for first-degree arson in an unrelated incident. The arson case was ongoing when this traffic stop happened. Okay. Now you can tack on another 2 to 4 for the meth in the vehicle. Yeah, let's clean it up, Andrew. Clean it up, man. I always have an issue with so many rights that appear to be on the side of the criminal, including, if you don't read Miranda rights or if you don't have, if you find a guy and he's doing like a jillion things wrong and his house is filled to the rafters with drugs and he's a fentanyl dealer. If you didn't have a search and enter correctly, if you didn't have a warrant, if you didn't have reason to go in, it all gets thrown out. And yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's that is the system. You're right. It's innocent till proven guilty, not guilty till proven innocent.
Yeah, but when you get a guy who's guilty, that should supersede everything. It don't matter how you got to point B. You're there. And you're going to prison. It's my Judge Judy attitude anyway.
But then they'll let you out because it's crowded.
Right. Well, build more. I know. I hate that argument. Now we got to let some people go. It's getting too crowded in it, and they aren't rehabilitated. Nobody said it was for rehabilitation. We just want you out of the populace so you can't jack somebody else. If you happen to turn on the straight and narrow, good. But that's not the main point. We just want you off the streets and in a cage where you can't hurt nobody. And if there's no room in the cage, build more of them. What else?
More cages.
More cages. More prisons. Another scam going around Park County. They're warning, and Cody Enterprise says, watch out. Those of you in Park County, you might get an email saying to pay some kind of planning and zoning department said at least 3 people have receive fake invoices for payments. It's just the scamming is everywhere. You don't know what to believe anymore.
I don't believe you.
Well, that's stands to reason, but I mean, like online, if it's digitally derived, I am suspicious. If it comes across the screen, man, I don't know. You might have to go back. What?
Do you know what scam is? The Yankees are back in second place again.
Really? Did we leapfrog Boston? We didn't even play last night.
You're tied with Boston, but you get second place for some reason.
Boston's gonna fade. We know that. So second place isn't good enough. We're the Yankees, Greg.
Yeah, well, you're 5 games behind the Blue Jays.
We don't battle for wild cards in the Bronx. We win divisions, period.
Well, the Rockies beat the Dodgers last night.
Yeah, right. That's always, we can all get behind that.
Yeah, Rockies hate the Dodgers.
Dodgers are kind of fading and the Padres coming on strong.
Yeah, Padres are only 2 games behind them.
I would be worried if I was a Brooklyn Dodger.
Yeah, who's the best in the whole league? The Blue Jays. In all of baseball, they have the best record.
Yeah, I don't know what got into them. I mean, they've always been a tough out for the Yankees, similar to Baltimore. Yankees struggle with them, but they've never been like this. They are on fire.
I don't know. We got New York and Boston, Tampa Bay and Baltimore, all these big American cities that can't keep the Canadian team out of first place. The America's pastime, and they let the Canadians.
Yeah,
it's like it's probably like how Canadians feel about an American team winning the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, just shouldn't happen, right? I know, and I can't muster enough hate for Toronto because it's tough for them to compete because of, it has been anyway, with the Canadian dollar, the high tax rate. Nobody wants to go there to play. The pay is not the same. It's tough. And yet, look at them. Golly. They're just playing, yeah. And they're doing it as a team. It's kind of fun to watch. But it's getting annoying now if you're a Yankee fan. Enough of it already.
I don't know. All I know is, doesn't college football start this weekend?
Yeah.
Man, that'll be good.
Yeah, it starts with a bang. Texas and... Who's Texas playing? Ohio State?
Let's see.
Or somebody good. Like 2 top-rated teams in the first week.
See, well, let's see. We got Iowa State at Kansas State, number 22 and number 17.
You got number 1 Texas is playing like number 4 or 5. Right?
Oh, let's see. Saturday. I only see 5 games on the schedule Saturday.
Maybe it's the following. Yeah, it's Ohio State. Texas, Ohio State, August 30th. So it's the following. Like the big boys play end of August, but next Saturday will be, some chumps, colleges you never heard of.
Yeah, Texas, Ohio State next Saturday.
That's a big showdown right off. What a way to start the season. Boom.
And then, let's see. You have let's see. Wyoming is at Colorado. When is that?
Or is Wyoming's first win? But right there. When is it?
I don't think so.
I don't know. We don't.
I know they don't have.
We do not have a good team, but you never know.
You never know. If it comes down to the kickers, you just don't know.
The Wyoming Cowboys
Let's see. Let's see. Wyoming
August
is at
28th.
Akron.
Akron, yeah.
Next
On the
Thursday.
road in Ohio, Thursday the 28th, yeah. Well, that's a win. Easy. All right, we got
I don't
to
know. Don't say that out loud.
we got to bounce out. I'm saying it out loud. Go Pokes.
All right.
Have a good Tuesday, Greg.
All right. I'll see you.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The Wyoming man who earned the nation's highest civilian award for heroism, rescuing a mother and son from their burning home in 2022, is now battling back from a devastating crash with a semi-trailer on I-80 that nearly killed him earlier this month. 35-year-old Ryan Pasborg of Green River, who received the Carnegie Medal for Heroism from Governor Mark Gordon last year, was nearly killed when his Nissan Titan crashed into a semi-trailer stopped in the middle of the interstate. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Pasborg was recently released from the University of Utah Hospital after being airlifted there on August 4th.
He was driving down Interstate 80, he said about midnight on August 4th or a little after, and there was a semi, he said, parked in the middle of the interstate without lights or cones or anything. So he hit the back of this flatbed semi at about 80 miles an hour. He spent much of August in Utah Hospital, and he started his own business about a year ago. So he has no insurance, and he is just needing some help right now.
The crash left him with a broken sternum, bleeding on the brain, a punctured lung, broken ribs, a broken femur, and a mangled left hand. He also underwent surgery on his spleen due to blood loss. A trailer fire in which a 43-year-old woman was found dead Friday north of Riverton remains under investigation. 5 Riverton Volunteer Fire Department units and 16 firefighters responded just after 8 p.m. Friday to the trailer home that was fully engulfed in flames. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that so far there are no indications of suspicious happenings in the fire, although authorities say it's too early to make a definitive statement.
It's too early to say whether everything's benign, but it's also too early to call anything suspicious. News reporters are taught that you don't assume the person died of the fire, just that they were dead in the fire. And that's because of a very famous double homicide case from 2011 where people were found dead in the fire and it turned out they were stabbed to death. Not saying that's what happened here, but when you talk to officials about fatalities and fires in Fremont County, there's that extra layer of caution.
No one else was found dead or injured in the blaze, according to the Riverton Volunteer Fire Department chief. The state fire marshal's office is investigating the origin and cause of the fire. Republicans have a history of painting Democrats as soft on crime, and Democrats could be vulnerable to that label in the midterm elections if they oppose President Donald Trump's bid to extend the takeover of the D.C. police force beyond 30 days, an extension that requires congressional approval. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that as Trump plans to expand his law enforcement crackdowns into other blue cities, something he announced last week, Wyoming's Republican congressional delegation is seizing the moment.
The Wyoming congressional delegation is very supportive of President Donald Trump's takeover of the metropolitan Washington, D.C. police force. What's interesting is that on the other side of the aisle, nobody is supportive of this. If the Democrats do not support extending this, the Republicans can use it as fodder for labeling them soft on crime.
A vote on whether to allow Trump's extension of the takeover is likely to be one of the first orders of business in September when Congress returns from its months-long recess. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, if Samuel L. Jackson has had it with all those bleeping snakes on that bleeping plane, he should steer clear of Wyoming. Rattlesnakes are so common at the South Bighorn County Airport near Grable, airport staff have gotten used to them, although managers told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines they might freak visitors out.
really avid Wyoming pilot. Because of weather, last week he had to land at the airport in Grable, and they noticed on the hangar there's a warning saying, watch out for rattlesnakes. We've killed 2 in this hangar so far. And so I reached out to the manager of the airport, and he said, yeah, that's just a Tuesday. That's also where that boneyard is, where all those old vintage planes are. He said, anybody who wants to go walk around that boneyard, the first thing he tells them is watch for the rattlesnakes.
So far, nobody has been bitten, and as a bonus, the rattlesnakes are credited for controlling mice and other vermin. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show of Jake. So, the Minnesota Vikings. I can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. The 2 boy cheerleaders, man. I mean, just when you thought Minnesota could not get any gayer, the 2 boy cheerleaders. I heard about the news a couple days ago. I talked about it on the show, and then probably because I clicked on it to Minnesota Vikings announced that 2 men make the cheerleading squad. I'm like, what? Oh, this will be good to talk about. And I clicked on it, and probably because of that, now my personal analytics on the internet show me a lot, show me a lot of cheerleaders. Unfortunately, not the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. I get the Minnesota Vikings and the 2 boys. So I saw a video the other day of them doing their thing. And I don't know. I mean, I do know. That Lizzo song that has the line, no man on the Minnesota Vikings. Did she foresee it? Right? Oh, nobody knows what I'm talking about. It's just a bunch of old geezers listen to me. Lizzo lyrics. Is anybody young enough to know Lizzo, who that even is? Lizzo lyrics. Supposedly she doesn't really say no man on. I think she was talking about not the football team, but the cheerleading squad, and she foretold the future. In her song, Truth Hurts, no man. Oh, she says new man on the Minnesota Vikings. It sounds like no man when she sings it. I could play it, but then I would get copyright infringements, and they would take the show off the air. But it's lyrics to her 2017 song, Truth Hurts. Great song. And she says, new man on the Minnesota Vikings. She has a crystal ball. And she saw the 2 guys who just got who just made the cheerleading squad. The people in charge of the cheerleaders for the Minnesota Vikings said the two guys had to go through all the tests and whatever's required of the women. They had to do all the, pom-pom moves. And in the end, they won a job on the squad. And I watched a video of them doing their thing the other day, and I threw up a little in my mouth. But I find out that Minnesota's not the only team that has male cheerleaders. The first football team to have a male cheerleader was, get ready for a not so shocking ho-hum, seen this coming, the Los Angeles Rams in 2018 introduced male dancers onto their team. In addition to the Rams and Vikings, the following teams also reportedly have men on their cheer squads: Patriots, New Orleans Saints, and I share these with you just so you can keep record along with me. These are teams I would never cheer for anyway, but I just have extra reason now to hate them. Carolina Panthers, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Kansas City Chiefs, Indianapolis Colts, figures the Chiefs, Tennessee Titans, San Francisco 49ers, only because they can't find a hetero woman to be on the cheerleading squad anywhere in the city. Philadelphia Eagles and the Baltimore Ravens will all feature male cheerleaders on their squad this season. And they might be the male cheerleader of the college variety, the guys who need to hold the big horns. Let's go Rams, and the guys who need to hold the women up on their shoulders or catch them when they're flying. Yeah, you need guys for that. That's called college. But in the NFL, the cheerleaders, they're not flying around. They're not doing aerobics. They're just shaking it. And we don't need guys involved in that. Oh, man. How gay can the Vikings get? Moving on. Cowboy State Daily Story. Air Force is going to blow up Cybertrucks. I like that idea, Elon. It's got nothing to do with Musk. I'm not sure why Air Force plans to use Tesla Cybertrucks for target practice. Because there's concerns terrorists might start using the hulking vehicles. It seems a stretch that ISIS would shell out the money for a Tesla Cybertruck. I mean, there's a reason jihadists prefer the Land Rover. It's cheap, it doesn't break down, and it's readily available in the desert. I can't imagine a Cybertruck being the vehicle of choice for where would you mount the machine gun? These guys, they need Jeeps. They need the Land Rover so they can be up there on top of the and doing the machine gun thing. They need something cheap that doesn't break down. Golly, if they tried to do terrorist stuff in a Tesla, they wouldn't get anywhere. America would be safe as ever. First off, they couldn't afford any of them. Or maybe they could. Some of these Arabs are rich. But really, I can't imagine this is the conveyance of choice for terrorists. And the fear is the Air Force says these things are, well, Elon Musk, I think, markets them as bulletproof, right? Doesn't he say that they're made of, I don't know. They're not bulletproof, though. I got news for you. The Air Force has already said they're not bulletproof. But the Air Force wants you to turn in your Cybertruck so they can practice blowing it up. I kid you not. Mark Hines has a story. It's on the internet. It's got to be true. The Air Force is seeking at least 2 Cybertrucks for target practice at the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. I've been there, White Sands in New Mexico. In fact, speaking of vehicles broke down, I have a car there that's probably still there. I had a Pontiac Grand Prix, and it blew up in White Sands, New Mexico. I was doing like 75, and it shot a rod right through the bottom of the engine and end of vehicle. But if you want to, and I think it's donation, I don't think the Air Force is going to buy it. All they require, it doesn't have to be running. Well, that's good news because a lot of them aren't, these Cybertrucks. They just need the unpainted stainless steel exoskeleton. They also need the wheel. They need it to be able to roll, so you got to have wheels on it, but it doesn't need to run, and the Air Force needs 2 of them. They want to blow them up. Yeah, the Air Force fears that they will be the vehicle of choice for terrorists. Yeah, our own automotive writer, Aaron Turpin, I should have him on the show. He said that's hilarious if the Air Force is going to blow them up. They don't go as far as they said they would. Oh, meaning, okay. So Aaron Turpin's like, yeah, the terrorists are not going to have interest in the Cybertruck. For one, they don't go as far as they're supposed to go in a battery charge. And they are not bulletproof like is claimed. So they do claim to be bulletproof. Aaron Turpin shot holes in that, excuse the pun, and said, no, they're not. And he points to a 2023 video of a robot shooting a Cybertruck with a Thompson machine gun. Oh, man, I got to look at this. There's even a link to it. Elon Musk's Cybertruck may be impressive, but it's not truly bulletproof. Oh, yeah, and there's a robot just drilling this thing with bullets, and it puts holes in it. Okay, so, yeah, the Air Force should already know that there's no way the Cybertruck is going to be the vehicle of choice for terrorists. They can't afford it. It won't run. It doesn't run as good. The Land Rover is what you need, the Land Rover or a Jeep. So you can have your machine gun mounted in the back, etc. Don Day will be on in a minute. We're going to ask him about his winter weather forecast, calling for colder, snowier, longer, winter. Yikes. That will be next. I'm going to take a quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. it always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Tuesday. Don Day is here. Don Day is kind of 70% all in on his winter weather forecast as he fits right there in the middle between the new Old Farmer's Almanac, established in 1818, that's already made the call, the old original 1792. Is their issues coming out in a week? They'll make the call on the winter weather forecast. Don Day has put his in. And colder, snowier, longer. Yee. That's good for drought, right?
Well, yeah.
Hopefully.
Water. You know, one thing, there are a lot of people that would love a snowy winter, and there's a lot of people that don't want a snowy winter. It's one thing you learn really quick in the weather business. Nobody's happy.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing about a long, cold, snowy winter that appeals to me, but I do like the fact that it can chase away those less hardy, those that shouldn't be in Wyoming. These kind of winters are the ones that say, maybe Wyoming's
Never
not
again,
that great.
right.
Yeah, they're like, I'm out. The last few winters, they've had it easy. They thought, we heard about the terrible winters here, and they're not that bad. Of course, they spend 2 months of the winter, in the tropics. But, this could be a winter that chases off those unworthy of Wyoming. Although next week, Don, you didn't have to bring a winter right away. Golly, next week looks a lot different than what we're going to see today.
Yeah, gonna cool off. And I think what we've been seeing with these fronts this summer and this front that's coming in next week is this kind of it is a little bit of a hint, I think, of what's coming as we get into the fall and early winter season. We've got a pretty sizable cool down for a lot of the nation next week. I mean, August, sometimes the hottest month of the year, and it's going to certainly be hot. The next 3 days in Wyoming may be the hottest days of the season, but then we're going to cool off. That's how the summer's been. We've had hot periods, but we haven't stayed hot for long periods.
Yeah, that's kind of been the summer. There's been times where it's sweltering, but then we cool off. Those cold fronts that have moved down have been nice relief. And they've been significantly cooler. They've been for real. So next week, it's not the kind that's going to send the geese south and the aspens turning gold, is it? I mean, not yet.
I don't know. Someone told me they saw geese flying south, but that report came out of Montana. So, maybe we should do that. Maybe people report in what they're seeing.
Yeah. The woolly caterpillar or whatever it is, and all the other old wives' tales, everything seems to be aligning for a long, cold, snowy winter. One of those, huh?
Yeah, I think there's a real opportunity for certainly more winter this year than we've seen in a while, and a lot of that has to do with, as the story in Cowboy State Daily, what we discussed it is what's going on in the Pacific, and it's a different ball game this year, and we've had several years in a row of La Nina dominated falls, and that has led to very mild falls, and we haven't had those colder snaps that we'll get in October or even September. Last fall was spectacular. I mean, it stayed summer well into October and November.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and we had the year before that was kind of like that.
Mhm.
So we'll see.
So La Nina is falling off this year?
Well, it's still there. There's still some coolness in the Pacific, but it's not going to be overwhelmingly a La Nina or an El Nino this winter. That's, there's always going to be pockets of cool and warm, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to come on strong like it has over the last couple of winters.
Whew. Well, many of us into the 90s, if not at least upper 80s today. Plenty of sunshine. It is a summer day. Get out there and enjoy it because of next week, because of winter. It'll be here soon enough, and it'll never go away.
Yeah, Labor Day's what? Only a couple weeks away?
Oh, let's not rush it. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, I'm a little bit kind of worried. On the subject of weather, sort of, we're going to get right back into the Zoom room and welcome in Dennis' son. Dennis, we were just talking with Don Day about the weather forecast. And Don says weather today going to be super sunny, hot. And next week going to be cooler. And he's made his winter predictions that show that this winter could be a long winter, a snowy winter, a cold winter. So on that subject, as we look for a winter weather forecast, and I saw you chiming in on the story the other day about the Farmer's Almanac and whether that is still relevant. Is that still a thing? First off, do you know why, Dennis, there are two Farmer's Almanacs? We got the old original 1792, and we got the new upstart 1818. Don's still trying to connect to audio, I can see. Dennis, you hear me? No? And he's still working on the tech end. And by the way, Heidi says she knows who Lizzo is. Heidi says Lizzo is amazing. Yeah, I agree. I like me some Lizzo. Yeah, Dennis, just chime in when you get hooked up. I know we'll have to send a 16-year-old over there to get you fixed up. They're the only people that can run computers anymore. We might have to take a break while Dennis figures out the audio. Yeah. It's challenging, all this high-tech world. Dennis, you
yes.
with us?
Yes, we are.
There you go.
Thanks.
You did it. All right. What, you just smack that computer a little bit? You knock it upside the screen?
I did.
Good for you. Yeah, we were talking about, we just had Don Day on. He gave his winter forecast. Long, cold, snowy winter. Similar to what one of the Farmer's Almanacs said. The old original Farmer's Almanac, 1792, they'll be coming out with their winter weather forecast in about a week. And you were in that story from David Madison about the Farmer's Almanac. Before we ask you about it and whether you think what about it is still relevant, do you happen to know why there are two of them? What happened? They split at one point. Do you know?
I don't, Jake. I back when the second one come on, everybody that was using the almanac, and it was a pretty important booklet for him to get. Years ago, a lot of people used the almanac because that was about all there was for long range weather.
Dennis Sun, the publisher of Wyoming Livestock Roundup, a weekly agriculture newspaper available in print and online. Dennis, I want to talk about water also, but first, more on Farmer's Almanac. Today, we have all the forecast models. We have meteorologists. They got everything, every tool at their disposal. Is old Farmer's Almanac irrelevant? Is it still useful in some things? I hear some people say they like to know planting schedules or when they should do certain things on the farm or ranch. Is that still useful?
I think a lot of people use it, Jake. There's a lot more information in the almanacs than just the weather. One of the things that people don't talk about anymore is a long time ago, people used to kind of live by the phases of the moon.
Oh, yeah.
And the almanac had all the phases of the moon throughout the year, and people kind of governed their lives on it. They watched the weather. They predicted the weather about it. They would use it on processing their animals. What's a good day for this or that, and so you look back then and you think, well, and so you look lower then now, but back then it was taken very serious.
But folklore has a basis of in reality. There's a reason there's folklore. There's a reason there's old wives' tales. There's something probably true about it. Yeah, the Farmer's Almanac even tell you when would be a good day to go fishing or not.
Yeah, that it had a lot of little tidbits. People ought to. I'm not pushing it, but people ought to get a copy of either one and look through it and kind of satisfy some interesting items in it.
So what of the stuff that that's Farmer Almanac-ish you might subscribe to? What is some of the stuff you've heard? I know Native Americans, for instance, swear by beaver. They will keep an eye on the beaver, how thick a beaver's coat is, the amount of body fat, where the beaver chooses to hide its food cache. That'll tell you about impending winter. Now, we don't study the beaver like the Native Americans once did. In fact, according to the Cowboy State Daily, you can't find a beaver anymore. They're pretty scarce. But what are some of the things we watch for regarding animals? Your horse in the pasture might be hairing up a little extra. I don't know. What?
Well, that's always one there. I think the weather catches animals off guard as much as it does humans. So I don't know about that so much. I mean, in early winter, horses don't usually hair over until a lot of times when winter really hits on that. But there's, a lot of them, there must be some truth to them. We always heard, as I said in the article, David's, that we've always heard that to break a drought you need a hard winter, and that. So everybody's kind of suspicious of, and we've been going through a drought, so people are thinking, that's it, or is it just maybe it just makes the hard winter not seem so bad if you're thinking you're breaking a drought.
Yeah. So, that'll put a little shine on it, make it feel a little better. And, mid-February, I don't know if I'll be remembering that, but yeah, good point. One of those vicious winters could bust us out of that drought, which reminds me about drought and about water. You wrote something not long ago that talked about really the fight over water. Who was it? Mark Twain that says whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting over, or something like that. I mean, water.
He was probably the first of many that said that.
Yeah. Water is a huge issue, and we're talking about the thirsty downstate, lower basin states, the Colorado. There's 40 million people alone who rely on the Colorado River, which, headwaters, if you count the Green, Wyoming sits as headwaters for the Snake, the Bighorn, the Green, the Wind, North Platte. They all originate in this state, which means we've got the water first, but we better protect it. There's big decisions need to be made soon now regarding our water. And you suggest we should be building reservoirs and hang on to it a little bit.
Well, you've got to have storage for water. Some say at some point water's going to be more valuable than oil. Probably those days will come. But storage is a good way to control just the flow through. And some people are against dams. Personally, I think you've got to have dams. Another way you do is that you conserve water is use irrigation. I mean, don't dry up irrigation because, the ground soaks up the water and then it releases it during the summer. I mean, I've got pictures of the Sweetwater River darn near dry in August,
Yeah.
And the Platte was just a braided sandbar in August without the dams.
Yeah.
So,
well, we're trying to figure out, there's a deadline coming up next October of next year, the Colorado River negotiations. There's a compact. Wyoming needs to be really upfront on this, or we're going to lose out. We've already seen challenges to what I would say is our water. You remember Aaron Millions proposing to siphon off water off the Seed Ski before it even got down to Colorado. I mean, or to feed the Front Range. It's scary stuff. Water is super important, whether the water is flowing into Montana. We've already seen issues there with who has water rights first, who has the rights to irrigate and use water. It's an important topic. I'm glad you wrote that opinion piece.
Well, there's also, Wyoming irrigators can lease their water rights, and people from other states are coming up now and leasing the water rights, especially on the Green. It's amazing the number of landowners that have leased their water.
Interesting.
And if they need the hay, they just go buy it. They're making more money leasing water than they are putting up hay.
Yeah, they're selling their water. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Well, it's not selling the water, it's leasing it.
Yeah.
They have a lease to take the water for 2 years.
Interesting.
So they don't use it. They don't keep their ditches dammed up, and the water goes down the river, and then they can pick it up downstream. Down in Arizona or wherever.
Yeah, it gets complicated. I know just the Snake River alone, it gets super complicated. No state is, on its own. You don't live on an island. You got to work in cooperation with other states. I know Idaho alfalfa growers, boy, they want that snake running at certain times of the year. The demand on water is significant, and that's going to be a battle in the years to come. There's not enough. I mean, that Colorado River doesn't even make it to the Gulf anymore. That thing dries out before it even gets all the way through Mexico. That's pretty sad.
That's what I've heard, the population booming in Arizona now, and they were building houses where there were no water. and people are hauling water down there north of Scottsdale now.
Mm.
And it's kind of a crisis there. They're suing the country of Saudi Arabia because they've went down there in western Nebraska and put in a lot of alfalfa fields, and they're using the water. I heard using more than they're allocated. So, they've joined the fight.
Hey, what do you think about the current cattle market, the current beef market? Beef has never been priced higher. I know a lot of livestock folk in Wyoming have sold because the prices are so high and because grazing is an issue with the fires last year, taking a lot of hay away. The fires right now in the Red Canyon, who knows how much potential hay that's burning. Wait till you see what hay's going to be going for this winter. I can't imagine. What do you think's going on in the cattle market? Are you seeing smaller outfits selling out?
Oh, not necessarily. I think a lot of them are instead of keeping more cattle, we're at record numbers record low numbers ever since they started having the numbers for the number of cattle in the U.S. We're the 1970s, I think they started, and we're the lowest ever. But cattle, beef prices that showed from the July stats show that, as you said, beef is record high now in the stores. But the one thing that's also driving it, Jake, is the demand. People want American beef, whether it's overseas or in America. They haven't recognized sticker shock yet.
Yeah.
They are some going to chicken or pork or whatnot, but most of them want beef.
Yeah, most people are plunking. They're just plunking down whatever it costs to get that steak at the restaurant. Yeah, you haven't seen it scare too many people off. Demand is still super high.
Yeah. You see, Jake, with a lot of people are now with the pills or shots or losing weight. And, they know they need to lose weight. And so they realize that beef or other meats is a good source of protein.
Yeah,
actually, helps on that. No carbohydrates. It's got all the minerals, vitamins you need to help there, and so people are catching on to that more and more.
No,
so it's a health issue, putting it forward too.
You're right, Dennis. Look at you, how up to speed you are, and all the tabloid. That is the protein diet is the big thing now. And yeah, good old American beef. That's a staple. Yeah, you're right. That is pretty popular. Well, thanks for being on. Keep an eye on whether the birds are migrating out of here or the leaves are changing and falling and whether the squirrels have bushy tails. All these indicators that winter is coming soon. That and the calendar, Dennis. You can always look at that and say, it'll be snowing soon.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. Thanks for being on. That's Dennis' son, Cowboy State Daily. Read his article, his column in the Cowboy State Daily concerning water. Wyoming is a headwater state, and we are sitting on the birth of several rivers. The Siedskidee, some call the Green, the Snake, the Bighorn, the Wind River, North Platte, they all originate in the Cowboy State. So it's our water first. We better hang on to it because others want it. Arizona, California, Colorado, they all want that water. Montana as well. Sometimes rivers flow up. It's weird when you look at the map, but I swear it happens. And water is going to be what we fight over in the future, not oil. Dennis says that story. Dennis' son also participated in the David Madison story on whether the Farmer's Almanac, either one of them, there's two now, is relevant anymore. And as Dennis points out, it's not just weather that's in there. There's all kinds of useful info in the Farmer's Almanac. The 233rd edition of the Old Farmer's Almanac will be out in a week. Let's take a break on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Back in the studio on the Cowboy State Daily, Jackie Dorothy, I believe, is going to join us shortly. Jackie wrote the big story of the day. Headline, pretty damn helpless. That's what ranchers are saying that are in the path of the Red Canyon fire. Now over 100,000 acres burning east of Thermopolis, heading towards Washakie County into Fremont County. Evacuation orders could be coming. There's a lot of areas that are in ready state, like ready, set, go. And this fast-moving cheatgrass fire is being handled by a Type 2 team, which is good news. I mean, it's not a Type 1, but it's not local. These are major interagency. Type 2 team is big time. That's when you can order more resources, and that's a good thing. Let me look at the latest on it. We're still seeing 28% containment. From INCIWeb, I'm seeing the fire estimated at 91,457 acres. Other reports have it over 100,000. Either way, it's big. Jay Mickey is the IC on it with the Rocky Mountain Area Complex Incident Management Team 2. And he's got 425 personnel at his disposal, and they're battling, doing all they can. And really all you can do is protect assets at risk, identify what's in the burn path and keep it safe, and then try to create some kind of containment perimeter using backburns. And it's tough when the wind's already blowing at 30 miles an hour. You try to identify places where you can make a stand, whether it's a road, a creek, and then do a little bit of burn off. But it's tough to burn when it's so hot and windy and dry. You got to be careful with your backfires, with your black burn. Real careful. 28% containment, big fire. Governor Gordon already made the announcement calling a state of emergency, that he's made everything official that opens up FEMA money. So we get federal participation. Let the feds help us out here. 70%, I think, up to 70% of the cost of fighting this fire could be covered by FEMA. The cost, as Greg Johnson pointed out, already over $2 million. I think he said in the $3 million neighborhood to fight this fire. Yeah, it's that's a bad one, and hopefully that's all we see. Next week going to be looking a lot better if these men and women can just hang on fighting the Red Canyon. And that's not the only fire. We got other ones burning in Wyoming and nearby throughout the West. But if everybody can just hang on, next week looks much, much better. Cooler and wetter next week. If you look at Don Day's extended forecast out into next week, highs in the 70s, going to look a lot better than highs in the 90s. Red Canyon fire, the Vees fire is still going. You've got the Sleeper Ranch fire in Wyoming. Got the horse fire down in the Bridger Teton. That one still a little bit smallish. What is the horse fire at lately? That looks like 100% contained, so that's good news. Sleeper fire at 18,000 acres. Yeah, and then and we all know what last year brought us with that elk fire and the other one that I can't remember the name of. Tough fire conditions today. Yeah, Jackie must be out there on the fire line. I'm not sure where she's at. Perhaps she is embedded with the fire crew. We'll see. I was just talking with Dennis Sun. We were rapping about whether the Farmer's Almanac is relevant anymore and whether those old wives' tales really mean anything when it comes to predicting winter. Is it going to be one of those winters or an easy winter or what? And there's no end to what old wives. It's funny that it's these old folklore ways of forecasting long range fall on the wives of ranchers. I guess they're the gossipy ones, or they're the ones with the institutional knowledge. And that's why it's called old wives' tales. But the old wives' tales say things you want to watch that tell you about winter. Acorns that fall heavily mean a cold winter is coming. Similarly, a large crop of walnuts means a snowy, cold season. Also, check how thick any nut that you find, how thick the shell is. So that means you got to be really nuts about nuts. You have to know what is normal for a nutshell and what is, wow, that's a thick nutshell. That means a severe winter is coming. How about a crop of berries? Mother Nature provides, doesn't she? When a cold, long, hard winter is coming, there is an abundant crop of berries leading into it. Now, I think of the bear, the black bear, the grizzly bear. They got a long winter of hibernation where to get through it, they need to fill up real good, fatten up in the fall. And it just so happens that an old wives' tale, an abundant crop of berries signifies a cold, snowy winter coming. Flowers. If you have flowers that have a second bloom, flowers that don't often do that, flowers with a second bloom in the fall or hold on to their blooms late in the season is a forecast of a colder winter. I did not know that. The saying is, flowers blooming in late autumn, a sure sign of bad winter coming. Leaves that fall early, fall and winter will be mild. When leaves fall late, winter will be severe. So keep an eye on how long trees hang on to their leaves. Squirrels with bushy tails, bushier than normal. Bad winter coming. Native Americans believed in the beaver as great forecasters of winter. Where the beaver chose to hide their food caches, how big and how numerous, the amount of body fat on a beaver, and the thickness of their coats all could indicate the coming winter and how severe it might be. Birds, obviously, if they're migrating early, that'll cue you. Birds know. Birds, they're not bird brains. They know what's coming. And when they start heading out of here a little earlier than normal, watch out. How about bees? I talked about this earlier. Bees, supposedly like wasps, they'll build their nest in a more protected spot. So if the bees or wasps, you've noticed, they'll build a nest just on the wall of your barn. If they build it under cover, and they don't normally do that, that's an indication a snowy winter is coming. Also, supposedly, how high hornets build their nest will be how high the snow will pile up over the winter. So if the hornet's nest on the side of your barn is 4 feet high, it might be a snowy winter. If it's 8 feet high, like above your reach, look out. We got snow coming. How about anthills? How do ants know what is happening? It's an old wives' tale. You'll find it in the Farmer's Almanac. If anthills are high in July, winter will be snowy. Only those ants, they're not dumb. And then in the story David Madison wrote yesterday about the Farmer's Almanac, he pointed out the woolly bear caterpillar. That's the one that has like 3 stripes. And the brown band in the middle, the wider that is, the milder the winter will be. If it's very thin, narrow brown band in the middle, bad winter. And finally, mushrooms. Everybody who goes maybe mushroom picking in the fall, if there are lots of mushrooms out there, that means big winter coming. No mushrooms, tough to find your mushrooms, your morels, or whatever you're looking for. That means no snow will fall. But if there are a lot of mushrooms, an abundant mushroom crop, that means bad winter. I got a feeling all these things are happening that will indicate a long, cold, snowy winter. At least that's what Don Day says with 70% accuracy, he admits. That's what one of the Farmer's Almanac says, the newer one that was established in 1818. They're calling for a colder, winterier winter with snow. And then the oldest, established in 1792, the old original Farmer's Almanac, that winter forecast, that new issue 233, will be out in 1 week. And we'll see what they say. That could be the trifecta. We got 2 out of 3 that's saying, yeah, we're going to get one of those old-fashioned Wyoming winters. We'll see what the original Old Farmer's Almanac says for their 2026 forecast. I got a feeling it's going to fall right in line with the rest of them. Calling for a nasty winter. We shall see. Well, that'll do it for this hour. Top of the hour news coming up for our syndicates. Remember, you can see and hear the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're heard syndicated statewide on radio stations throughout Wyoming. And also live in the morning on X, Facebook, YouTube, and on the website, cowboystatedaily.com. However you want to get us, maybe on demand later, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Yeah, we do that too. We'll see you on the other side of news on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. With the Red Canyon fire burning about 11 miles east of Thermopolis, passing 100,000 acres in size, Governor Mark Gordon has declared a fire emergency, even as crews report it's 28% contained. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke to generational ranchers in the path of the fire who are working together to save their homes and cattle.
Ranchers here are frustrated because this is a fast-moving fire. They're seeing these flames leap over 60 feet swaths of land that they had torn up and hoped to hold back the fire, and it's just not holding it back. We have the perfect temperature for a hot fire. You got high winds, hot temperature, and dry fuel. It's definitely a dangerous mix, and it's scary to see it. The terrain that this fire is in, it is a lot of ravines, a lot of crevices. Once the fire gets into those areas, it's nearly impossible to put out until Mother Nature interferes and gives us snow or rain.
The planes and helicopters have made a dramatic difference in fighting back the flames, and the ranchers have been grateful to see them arrive. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that there now are 425 personnel working the Red Canyon fire.
They brought in what they call a complex team. That's a higher level team to manage the firefighting operations than was there before. And it comes with more people. It comes with more resources. There's a lot of aerial attacks. They're not trying to put out the fire with these things. They're dropping them around the fire to make these lines, these breaks, so that when or if the fire gets to this point, it's stopped. And so once they drop that, all these personnel go in and they do the hard work with the shovels and stuff, and they really define these lines. And they will drop it inside if they're trying to put out like some hot spots and stuff like that. But at this point right now, they're just trying to get around it.
Also burning in Wyoming's Bighorn Basin is the Sleeper Ranch fire northeast of Meeteetse, which has burned over 20,000 acres and is 40% contained, and the Spring Creek fire about 10 miles southeast of Ten Sleep, which has burned over 3,500 acres and is 24% contained. Authorities in Campbell County had to drop attempted murder charges against 3 Mexican nationals when their alleged victim vanished. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Adrian Gonzalez Oviedo, Aiden Oviedo Rivera, and Juan Gonzalez Rendon were accused of beating their roommate and dumping him in a desolate and freezing stretch of Campbell County with no shoes or shirt in November of last year.
The victim's sort of a key in the case because they based at least a lot of their probable cause on his interview after they found him shoeless and cold in November and beaten. And so if they were going to go to trial, and they had 1 trial scheduled for July and 2 more scheduled for August, they were going to need him, according to these documents by the county attorney, and they couldn't find him.
The sheriff's office notified ICE that it was releasing the 3 defendants, and ICE picked up each of the 3 men within 2 days. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
These might be the dog days of summer, but Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day has compiled enough information and confidence to put out his extended forecast for the upcoming 2025-26 winter season. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi spoke to the state's most trusted weatherman, and if Day is right, brace yourself and bundle up. According to his forecast, Wyoming's winter will come early, stick around longer, and bring plenty of snow and cold with it.
He thinks that it's going to be a colder and snowier winter, not just over last winter, but snowier and colder overall for the last 30-year average for Wyoming winters. It doesn't mean persistent cold. We're not going to see those long stretches of extreme negative temperatures, but we're going to go from extreme cold to warmer days. And that might sound annoying, but what that means is storms are moving. And if there's movement in the atmosphere, that means more precipitation, which means more snow.
While there's still plenty of uncertainty about what will unfold in the coming months, Day said he's around 70% confident in his analysis of how current oceanic conditions, historical data, and long-range weather modeling will manifest over Wyoming between October 2025 and February of 2026. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're back. Boy, it just drives me crazy, this triple authentication. Whenever you try to sign into one of your own things and you gotta verify who you are, after you already know your password, you still gotta prove who you are with a text sent to your phone or a... Then you got to pass the robot test. You got to identify all the pictures that contain a bridge. Good grief. Mark Hines is with us. Mark, what's going on?
Al, I'm not a robot. At least not that I know.
Good. We're not accepting any artificial intelligence. We need real people here. In fact, we're not accepting any intelligence whatsoever. This is
okay. Well, you're safe with me then.
Fun radio show. Yeah. Wait, you had something that had zero intelligence in it. Oh yeah, snakes on a plane, dude.
Snakes in a hangar. Yeah,
snakes in a hangar. So I can't. Have you seen the movie, the Samuel L. Jackson?
Oh yeah. Of course.
Greg gave it a thumbs down. What about you?
It was what it was. It wasn't trying to pretend to be anything other than what it was. And it's just, somebody had to sit down and think that up, and then somebody else had to give it the green light. So then that's all I have to say.
So yeah, you're the kind of moviegoer that said, "Hey, it got made. It must be good." Actually, I mean, critics gave that a 70-something% Rotten Tomatoes, and actual moviegoers panned it. They're like, "This is crap," and the critics actually said it's good crap. I don't know.
So bad it's good.
So bad it's good. Yeah. But you did point out the Graybull Airport, or the Bighorn County Airport in Graybull. It's just riddled with rattlers. Careful grabbing your luggage off the carousel. You might.
Yeah, I don't think it has. I don't think it's that big of an airport.
Okay, they don't have a baggage carrier. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you ever been in the Bighorn Basin? I mean, yeah, you expect to see rattlers there. I've seen a few there myself. In the you ever spent much time in the Bighorn Basin?
Yeah, and I've
and in the adjoining Badger Basin, there's a lot of shaky snakies. Yeah.
Yep. There is. How did you haven't flown in or out of this airport, have you?
No.
Although the other radio goofball, Glenn Woods, you got in your story, he's flown.
Yeah.
He had to land.
Yeah.
But how did you know that there's rattlesnakes at the airport?
From Glenn.
Yeah.
I think Glenn posted something about it.
Yeah.
That he'd seen that sign at the airport when he was there. So, yeah.
The sign that reads kind of funny. It says we've killed 2 already this week. And
yeah. If you read that wrong, it sounds like 2 people have died, but no,
right.
two snakes died.
Yeah, let me share that with anybody who's watching instead of listening. Please watch for rattlesnakes in and around the county hangar. 2 were killed last week in the building. And yeah, a double take means, wow, Rattler's got 2 travelers last week, but no.
They had to off 2 snakes.
Yeah. Let's see. What else did you have? There's so many things I wanted to get to. Oh, the beaver population.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, remember we trapped them to darn near extinction, and thankfully, just in time, apparently back in old Britain, they decided they didn't want beaver hats anymore. They were going to wear something else. But I don't know that beaver have ever recovered, and they're still struggling in the Bighorn National Forest. Weird.
Yeah, they don't know whether it's habitat loss, maybe a disease outbreak. They're not sure exactly what the cause is, but Game and Fish, I think that if I recall correctly, around 250 since 2000, they've transplanted 250 beaver there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I was interested to see how they even tally them, and just interested. They extrapolate out. They don't count every head, but they figure certain things out. They look for caches and they look for beaver dams.
They look for caches and active dams from the air. Yeah. No, beavers are cool.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of what the uninitiated might not understand is how big they are.
Oh, right,
Beavers.
right.
Yeah,
right.
if you've ever seen one in the wild, a full-grown beaver, they're big lumbering things. They're not, people might think they're, maybe the size of a muskrat, but no, they're many times larger.
Yeah. Me and a cowboy trapped one once. Humane trap to relocate. It was in the ponds of this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you live trapped him to get him out of there?
So we live trapped them, and they're a load, man. Yeah. They're like big, heavy. And we moved them off to a better pond.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad you talked to Aaron Turpin. He's a fun guy. You talked to him. Talked to him about the fact that the Air Force wants to blow up 2 Tesla Cybertrucks. So they want to use them for target practice. I mean, just the headline. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
It sounds like fake news, Mark.
No, Teslas, they've had a rough run. It's like everybody, nobody likes them.
Right.
For whatever
now
reason.
we want to shoot at them. Like,
apparently there's, they don't go into detail, of course, because it's national security stuff. But when you look at those documents, there's speculation that some unspecified enemy might use Teslas at some point. And now for what? they don't detail. Are they going to use them for car bombs? Are they going to use them to mount weapons on? But no, that's why. That's the reasoning. I say, okay, well, if potential enemies are going to start using them, then we need to research them and understand what it's like to shoot them and what it takes to take one out. But yeah, I
figure out
it'd
how to take one out.
Be fun to watch the video footage of that of them.
I mean, we've already busted the myth that they're bulletproof. I mean, we got a robot machine gunning one in a video.
Yeah.
Aaron Turpin has his skepticism over whether we really want to think that, I mean, there's a reason that your jihadists use the Land Rover. I mean, it doesn't break down, which you can't say for the Teslas in it. And it's cheaper than, they're not going to go out of their way to obtain Elon Musk. And where are you going to mount the machine gun? I mean,
exactly. ISIS gives the Hilux truck a 4.5 out of 5 stars.
Oh man!
I don't see those guys. I don't see those guys switching over to Cybertrucks anytime soon.
No,
maybe the Taliban has some on order. Who knows?
They want cheap Jeeps and the Land Rover, which you can fix it on the way to wherever you're ready to go war against. If it breaks down, you can get parts. I know. I don't see it coming. I also didn't see coming anyone who makes a profession out of hunting prairie dogs, but your story tells us.
The guys that will pay anywhere from, depending on the amenities that come with it, $350 to $700 per shooter per day to go, just blow through. And of course the outfitter doesn't, you're on your own for your ammo. So I think I neglected to put in the article, but the one guy I spoke with said that really most guys go with the 223 because of the accuracy and the availability of ammunition. But man, think about it. If you're going to shoot 500-600 rounds, that adds up, So I mean, these guys are pouring some money into these prairie dog shoots. Crazy. And then of course, you need more than one rifle, because if you shoot one rifle that much for very long, you're going to burn the barrel out. So I mean, it's these guys take their
the barrel starts to droop, just like in the cartoons. I mean, you'll heat that thing up.
I mean, these guys take their dogging seriously, and it's always been somewhat controversial, and that controversy continues whether folks should even be doing that. That's not, as the news reporting organization, it's not for us to cast judgment either way. But there are people who are less than happy with prairie dog shooting, and then there's some people who think it's awesome, and then they say it, that it does a service for agriculture and helps control the disease vector, because prairie dogs do carry some nasty things, including the plague. But no, amid that controversy, there are guides who will take you out to go prairie dog shooting if that's what you want to do.
Wow, I mean, that is next level stuff. I had no idea. The stereotypical client is middle-aged Midwest. They love to come shoot prairie dogs and
shoot. In Wyoming and South Dakota. Yeah.
How about, let's see, what can we jump to? Oh yeah, the mountain lions. I was so cool to learn that the African lion with the big mane, the one that roars at the MGM movies at the very beginning, Leo the lion, he roars, but mountain lions in Wyoming, they don't have the bone to be able to roar.
That bone structure in the skull. Although I finally did come across some footage of a mountain lion chirping. Someone got it on a trail cam.
Yes.
And it freaked me out because, damn, I've heard that sound before.
Yes.
And I thought it was a bird, and that's what the title on the video said. Do you think that's a bird? But it's not. It's
or when I heard it, it almost sounded like a woman in distress.
The caterwauling.
The caterwauling thing.
I've hered that. Yeah, I've heard that from a distance and at night, and that'll make your hair stand up. They're cool critters. Endlessly fascinating. I learned a lot when I did that article. I didn't realize that. They can't really roar like a lion can. And in their taxonomy, I didn't. I talked to that one guy who probably knows more about mountain lions than anybody. And he said, yeah, the genetic evidence that we have points to them coming out of Brazil about 10 to 12,000 years ago. And really in paleological or I guess in geographic time, that's nothing. That's like a
not
brand
that
new
long ago.
That's a brand new species as far as species go.
Right.
You know, I didn't realize that they were that new, you know.
Right.
You know, they had some forebears, but yeah, they're uniquely Western Hemisphere. They've only been around for 10 to 12,000 years. And no, I learned a lot of cool stuff. I mean, and we did have actual lions in North America at one time. As well as saber-toothed cats and all kinds of fun stuff. But
yeah, very informative article. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, careful what you order online at Etsy. Not everybody knows what an antelope is. Interesting story, Mark. About
yeah, that was funny. That was funny.
I didn't even know F.E. Warren Air Force Base had a swag shop, a gift shop, an exchange store. But yeah, they made the order, and they turned out they got
it came back with a kudu on it and a kudu antelope. Well, yeah, because
that's a collector's item, maybe.
Yeah, I've written about that a few times. Our antelope aren't antelope. They're not antelope. They're not goats. They're not anything. They are what they, they are a completely unique species in and of themselves. But we call them antelope. I mean, even the Game and Fish Department in their literature calls them antelope.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's a miscommunication. People out here, that's what they call them. And so that's what they put on the order for them. And the person was like, at the other is like, oh, okay, an antelope. Here's an antelope.
And now the store is stuck with 50 of them. But I think like that, the stamp that had the plane upside down, I think this is a collector's item. They should charge more for these. These are mistakes.
They should. I
don't know.
That is kind of funny. You got to have a sense of humor about it, I guess.
On the topic of what do you think the winter is going to look like, the newer Farmer's Almanac says cold, snowy winter. Our own Don Day is 70% sure it's going to be a cold, snowy, long winter. And in about a week, the original old Farmer's Almanac will come out with theirs. What do you think?
Boy, if I had to, just guessing, I'd say yeah. I think because it's been such a brutally hot summer, and usually in my experience, and this is total spitballing, anecdotal, but it seems to me whenever we have a really blazing hot summer, it's followed by a brutal winter. So who knows?
Yeah, and we're due for a real Wyoming winter.
Yeah,
maybe.
We are. I gotta get my ATV fixed up with a plow because we got a long driveway here.
Oh,
this place we found in the Riverton area has a really long driveway, and so
Okay, well, good luck with that. Yeah. All right, Mark. Thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you.
Have a great Tuesday.
Hey, you too.
Mark Hines on the Cowboy State Daily. He's got a whole bunch of different kind of stories, from whether our mountain lions roar or purr. Here's a hint: they can purr. They're not necessarily the roaring kind of lions. Also, the mistaken T-shirt of the F.E. Warren Base, and a whole bunch more from Mark Hines. Check it out, the Cowboy State Daily. We got to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with This Day in History right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
dog.
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Welcome back on the studio rejoin. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And it being a Tuesday, that means we head on over or down. Let's see, from where I am, we head on over to Douglas, Wyoming, where it's going to be hot today. Kevin, you ready for some heat in Douglas? You're going to be upper 90s, I think.
Yeah, it's this week we get some pretty early starts to try to get everything rode before it gets too hot.
Oh, yeah, good point. You just move up the day. Try to get things done in the morning. Much cooler. It was 40 degrees here this morning when I got on the air. 40, like in my house, 40, because I leave all the windows open.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Well, It was considerably warmer than that this morning when I went out into the dark.
Yeah. And what do the horses think of the heat? They don't like it, huh?
Well, no, but really, unless you're riding one of them, what does a horse have to do? They stand around, find some shade, don't really do too much exercise when it's this hot.
Horses got it easy until you're ready to get rid of them, and then you give them to the zoo to have them eaten by lions. Did you see that? Did I share this story with you or no?
I don't know, but I've seen it. I saw that story, and the headline doesn't quite say what they're trying to do, but that was kind of funny. The headline: if you have any unwanted pets, bring them down to the zoo.
Yeah. There is a story in the New York Post. Headline: Mom donates daughter's pony to zoo so it can be devoured by lions. And for one thing, anybody who's owned a pony, that seems like a very natural headline. There's lots of moms right now that would love to donate a pony to the zoo to have it eaten by lions. Ponies can be frustrating. But in this case, it's the pony's not going to be actually taken down by the lion in the zoo. It's just a dog. It's a pony that's, you're ready to euthanize it anyway. And they're going to, euthanize it and then part it out in the lion's den. Oh, man.
Yeah, and I had just seen that there's a zoo somewhere in Europe that's how they are getting a lot of the food for their animals. Is they just have people that when they're getting ready to euthanize their animals, whatever they are, anything from a guinea pig to a cow, whatever, they ask them to donate it to the zoo to feed everything. So hey,
yeah,
isn't that what they call upcycling?
Yeah, or repurposing. Yeah, from pet to food. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, otherwise, the food's coming from somewhere. Yeah, I like that. Here's a chuckle for your kid. Who's is he going to be a superstar on the Douglas Bearcats football team?
Well, that's his plan anyway. He's working pretty hard at it.
He's already.
I guess we'll find out here in a couple weeks.
I know. Big showdown. Before we talk about the Jackson Douglas game, I just wanted to share this with you on that whole high school football aspect. The Green River Wolves are going to unveil their new scoreboard that's going to have a touchdown celebration. They got a big, elaborate scoreboard with video and video fireworks and this whole big display whenever they score a touchdown. Unfortunately, this season, you probably might not ever see it at work. Or you'll go long stretches before you're like, well, I heard we have a touchdown scoreboard thing, but it's the Green River Wolves. Come on.
Yeah, what are they going to join a conference from Texas or something? That sounds like something a Texas high school team would have, not Wyoming.
It is big time, though. It's really impressive looking. I got to give it to them. And their basketball teams are usually pretty darn good, but their football team, it's been a while. Yeah, Jackson's coming to Douglas. Kevin, I'm not going to be able to go.
Well, who's going to be the voice of the Bronx that game?
I don't know.
Well, it certainly won't be a Homer broadcast if I'm broadcasting for the Bronx.
You better not cheer too hard for Douglas. Go Cats, huh? It's a long trip. Here's the thing. When I'm done with this show on a Friday, I could bolt out to the door and barely make it. But the next day I have a wedding. So there's no way I can't do it.
Well, I think we could probably talk to the Wyoming Highway Patrol and they could give you some sort of special pass that you could break the posted speed limit, don't you think?
I already used that special pass. It's just the Highway Patrol is not aware I have it. But yeah, I utilize that. Don't worry. I go as fast as that truck can go. I mean, I'm not worried about the speed limit. Allegedly. In case any troopers are listening. No, I mean, I'm hustling, but even no amount of pedaling is going to get me there and back. I'm going to be run ragged. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the things about in Wyoming. I talked to other people from their high schools where their farthest game that they ever had to travel for, like back in the Midwest, was an hour and a half.
Oh, yeah. So jealous. In Wyoming, yeah, the opening game for Jackson Bronx will be to travel to Douglas to play football. That's 7 hours on a bus. That's 6.5 with me driving, but that's that's a little ways. You guys are over there. And it's going to be probably hot. It'll still be 1,000 degrees in Douglas.
Most likely. Although I guess it just all depends on Don Day, just how soon this hard winter is going to come.
Yeah. I wanted to talk to you about that lost Australian Shepherd. I had an observation. Maybe you heard me say it, but this is my takeaway from the story. It's in the Cowboy State Daily, this Australian Shepherd that was somehow lost by the woman that owned him. The woman that owned him went to jail, and while she was in jail, she had a friend watching the dog. The friend didn't do too good watching the dog, and it went from Cheyenne to darn near Shoshone by itself somehow, and was found by Lander. The Lander dog place or the land or somebody. And so I just wanted to ask you, first off, about the breed, Australian Shepherds. I had an Aussie briefly. They're pretty smart. They're almost up there with a Border Collie. They're smart.
Yeah, they're 1B. You know, if Border Collies are 1A, Aussies are 1B. Those are super, super cool little dogs.
Yep. Great little herding dogs. Great smart. This one's named Rusty. And Rusty was microchipped, so they knew where Rusty belonged. But what did you know? Did you notice anything particular about the story? What's your takeaway? And then I'll tell you mine.
That we don't deserve dogs.
Oh, yes. That wasn't mine, but we don't deserve dogs. You're right. This dog, whenever I see stories like this poor dog, trying to figure out where his family went. And, you know, sometimes the family, that's a commitment, man. When you get a dog, it's not a video game. Like, that's your dog and you're responsible for it till the end. Good point.
Well, and if you read the story, the dog actually saved its owner's life. The owner has some substance issues, and hopefully she gets better, and feel bad for anybody that's under that, but she had somehow overdosed or passed out or something, and the dog woke up the roommate to come save the owner. And then all of a sudden, you know, the dog doesn't know what's going on, that the owner's going away. So now all of a sudden it's with somebody new. Well, he's missing that owner every single day because they have unconditional love. And so in the story, it says that when the dog hears the owner's voice on the phone, he gets excited.
Whoa.
So just imagine the trauma that poor dog went through. Who knows how he got from Cheyenne to Shoshone, but I think you and I can both guess how that happened. And man, I tell you what, to go through all that, and that dog is still in love with its owner.
Yeah, they are loyal. Which reminds me of this story. I was reading this also. Science confirms through brain scans of dogs that they love their owners more than food or other dogs. That's how loyal they are. Brain scans show, whenever some part of our brain that's going off when we do something we like playing a video game or whatever brings us joy and dopamine. For the dog, nothing lights its brain up more than its owner, even more than a food reward. And we've all seen there's not much more dogs love than food or a treat. That's amazing.
It really, really is.
My takeaway in this story, and by the way, the dog, Rusty, is back in Oklahoma, back with some part of the family. But it was the foster family and this, I think this Lander woman. The reports came in, there's a dog by the side of the road and it's looking for someone. It's obviously like something's wrong. So people tried to get the dog and lure it into their car, but the dog was super skittish. And the woman who finally got it is a dog person. And she said she spent over an hour, but eventually got the dog. That's my takeaway is the amount of time in today's world that people will spend on any given task will probably, and here we go, video game. This is like the third time I said it. We'll probably play video games for 4 hours, most people, and not even notice the time go by. Or we'll do something like that, watch 2 movies back to back. But how much time do you spend with an animal? And probably I could see dozens of people trying to get the dog for about 5 minutes. Come on, Fido. And the dog does it and it goes away. And they're like, he's not coming. She spent 1 hour, a little over an hour, she said. Is that a lot of time? I mean, when we talk about horse training, dog training, patience with animals, can people get quiet and try to lure a dog for an hour? Does that seem like a big time commitment? That's what it took to get the dog that no one could get, this wild dog that was too skittish.
Well, that's obviously a person that understands dog psychology and understands that. And it may be kind of a weird way to reference it, but in that moment, she had to build a relationship with that dog, as superficial as it might have been. But yeah, most people are going to jump out, I imagine, and say, come here, come on, and kiss to it or whatever. And the dog is going to, in that moment, revert back to pack mentality. And they're going to circle around that person. And the quicker they want it to happen, the quicker they're going to speak, the louder they're going to speak, the sharper their movements are going to be. Well, in a wild pack, those are all signs of aggression. And that is going to tell that dog who's already unsure, danger, stranger danger, stranger danger. So I'm not sure. I would love to talk to this lady and find out exactly what she did, but I imagine it was a lot of very calm voice, a lot of crouching down and getting on the same level as the dog, and just a lot of waiting when that dog would make some movements towards her, just being patient and letting it happen, and being just as quiet as she could be and not show anything that might be aggressive.
Yeah, you got to do it on the dog's term. It's Lander Pet Connection director Hannah McGregor said it was her friend who finally coaxed the dog in. We have reached out to Hannah, and we'll hopefully get her on the show. Maybe she can bring friend with her, and we can give her a, attaboy pat on the back, because great job. That's how this story began, with a happy ending. It begins there with somebody's got to get this dog off the highway and into a car, and it just takes a little time commitment. Kevin, what have you been thinking about? You said you had something on your mind for us.
Well, I was just wondering if I was the only one that finds the month of August in Wyoming to be an emotional teeter-totter. Because here we are, it seems like, and I don't know the actual record, seems like August is our hottest, driest month. And so we spend these dog days of summer thinking about, well, pretty soon it'll cool down, and boy, the fall's going to be nice. And then we immediately think, well, but that means winter's coming.
Right.
And then you think, well, I guess I better enjoy this hot weather, the warm weather, nice weather while I can. But then you're sweating through your shirt about 2:00 in the afternoon, and you're thinking, well, maybe winter won't be so bad. And for me, kind of the state fair has always been the emotional end of summer, because that's when school starts. And even, I used to be in school, obviously. And then my kids and any rancher's kids and a lot of other businesses, well, as soon as school starts, there goes your cheap help. Yeah. And so you change back into that season. So for me, August has always been a head scratcher, because in some ways I want it to be over with as quickly as possible. In other ways, I want it to never end.
Yeah, I see that. August is like a month that's on the cusp. Like the spring month of what should be April, but in Wyoming, it very often is May. But it's April that they say is the month that comes in like a lion, goes out like a lamb. April is the big game-changing month where we transition theoretically out of winter, put it behind us, and we have signs of spring in the coming summer. April's that month. August is that month for summer. Yeah, we come into August, it seems. That first week or two is brutally hot. Never rains, and it's just, we're sweating. But by the end of August, we're playing football. We're back in school. We're doing all the things that feel like, bow season. We're getting into hunting. And if it's the transition month, it is an up and down month that way.
And it's funny when you walk around the state fair, you can, at the beginning of the week, all the kids are excited and they're focused and whatnot. And by the time Friday, Saturday comes along, besides the fact that they've all got the state fair crud because every kid leaves there with a head cold, you can see the realization in their eyes that they've got to go home and go back to school. Yes, it's great to look forward to the hunting season. It's great to look forward to football. But one of the most often stated things I think in Wyoming, repeated statements, is I can't wait for fall. I hope it lasts a long time.
Well,
we want a nice long fall like we had last year.
I mean, don't we? I do.
100%. Yeah, I'm all for it.
I don't necessarily like a long spring. I'm like, get to summer already after a winter. But yeah, fall is a cool down, especially you and Douglas. Oh my goodness. Fall is like a chance to be comfortable. 70 and sunny. Give me a whole bunch of those days. Yeah. Long fall. I'm all for that.
But for all those folks there by Thermopolis, I hope we get an early fall storm and then have it warm up again. I can remember many is the time, of course, it was a little bit higher elevation, that we would ship cattle the first week of September in the snow, and then it would break off and be nice after that. That would be my hope for all those folks. Even an August snowstorm would be okay right now.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be a lot cooler next week. That's what Don Day's saying. Much cool, like 20 degrees shaved off the top and maybe some moisture in there, at least cloudy. So get that humidity up. Yeah, I think that's coming. Maybe not snow yet, but I think it's just temperate. Yeah, I think we can count on like great days in September. I hope. I don't want to see early snow. Remember 1988 fires, Yellowstone? Were you here? That was early September snow up there that finally put those out. September snow, it's usually not the one that stays. I mean, you got to get to maybe Thanksgiving till you can count on the ground being frozen and the snow not going away, like later November. But we've had times where, September snows and it didn't quit.
Yeah, I can remember being up in that country and it snowed along about, 12th, 13th of September, and we never saw the ground again until May.
Oh, I hope it's not one of those. I would at least like to get through September. You got a funnel cake on the way for me?
I do. I absolutely do. I sent it UPS because the Pony Express was going to get it there too quick. I've heard that those are like good cheese and fine wine. You want them to age a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a week on my funnel cake. Get it really into, the best vintage. Week-old funnel cake.
I'd tell you one thing about the State Fair Parade. For my money, it was the best float or best entry in the parade. It was a completely restored manure spreader. And it was painted brown and gold. And it had the Buck and Horse logo on the side. And it said, spreading cowboy pride.
Oh, man.
But then I got to thinking, I wonder if that's a Cowboy football fan and he's trying to send a message.
Ooh. Yeah. Our team might be a little smelly this year, but that is truly Wyoming. Brown and gold manure spreader is the highlight of the parade at the State Fair. What's more Wyoming than that?
I can't think of a thing.
Well, Kevin, take a deep seat and enjoy the hot weather while it lasts.
Yeah, I'll soak it up and try to keep a little of it that I'll bring out of the closet and use in February.
Yeah, I know. Then February. After like January lasts forever. And then February just doubles down on January. It's just even colder. By then, we're all done with it, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, let's not look that far ahead. Today, 97 and sunny for you. Shoo!
Yeah, gonna go enjoy it. Get my tan.
Hunt you some shade. All right. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, bud.
Have a great Tuesday. Kevin Meyer, Cowboy State Daily, SR resident cowboy, making horse sense of the world. August is a roller coaster ride. That's true in Wyoming. Starts out with more summer than you want. And by the time it's ending, you got feelings of fall coming. Back to school, football, hunting, and things start to turn gold out there with the aspens. Let's take us a quick break. We'll be right back with This Day in History after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. It's August 19. Here are the things that happened on this day in history. 1854. In this event today really touched off these so-called Indian Wars that lasted through the 1860s and really right up and through the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1872? This was the beginning of serious hostilities. There were certainly incidents. There were certainly pioneers, trappers, folks moving out on the Mormon-Oregon Trail that were harassed, if not tomahawked by Indians. I mean, that was happening. But this event was the touchstone. The episode began over a cow belonging to a Mormon Oregon Trail immigrant. It had been stolen by one of the Sioux. One of the members of the Sioux tribe. The cow was stolen, taken, killed, eaten, And when this was found out, Lieutenant John Grattan, who was leading the 6th U.S. infantry, had 30 of his men, showed up at the Sioux camp and said, "What's the deal with the cow?" And the Sioux said, "Yeah, our bad. Take one of our horses in a trade." That was refused by Mormons or the infantry. I'm not sure which. That offer was refused. And then Grattan took his detachment the following day and handled the matter quite poorly, honestly, and attacked. And the first shots fired were from U.S. infantry. In fact, the first shot fired killed the only Sioux to die in that event, which was a Sioux named Conquering Bear. He was the Sioux chief in question, who would not give up the person that took the cow. They said, the infantry's like, who's responsible for stealing the cow? And they wouldn't say. They said, look, take the horse and let's be done with it. The infantry attacked under the direction of John Grattan this day in 1854, and that attack did not go well. The first shot fired killed the Sioux chief, and the rest of the shots fired killed everyone in the infantry. 30 of his men, of Grattan's men, were killed by Sioux Indians. Only the one Sioux was lost. And that fight, it took place today in 1854, regarded as kind of the first of the early Western Plains Indian fighting and an indication of things to come. This day in history, also 1878, I find this very interesting that two of these diverse things could happen on the same day in history. Let's take you back to 1878, an indication of how civilized Wyoming was at that time. This is still prior to Wyoming being a state, right? 1878, Wyoming. We weren't a state yet. I always forget the day. Wyoming statehood. It's a shame. I should know this, but Wyoming statehood, 1890. Oh, I can't spell. 1890. Yeah, March 1890. So, yeah, well prior to Wyoming being a state, we were still a territory. This day, 1878, Thomas Edison left Rawlins, Wyoming after a fishing and hunting trip. I mean, it sounds like page 6 society news, right? The kind of stuff that would be in the newspaper. Oh, Thomas Edison, inventor of the light bulb. That's the same guy, right? Thomas Edison, didn't he invent the light bulb? Or was it the telephone? American inventor, played a key role to bringing in electricity. Yeah, he invented electricity. Well, that was the other guy with the kite. Thomas Edison, the light bulb, all that stuff. He was in Rawlins for a hunting fishing trip, high society, and then left Rawlins on this day in history, 1878, to go back to wherever, back east. On the same day, to show you how crazy disparate Wyoming history was, Wyoming was still pretty lawless. 1878 is the day Robert Whitfield and a Union Pacific detective named Tip Vincent were both killed in the line of duty, shot by Big Nose George Parrott's gang near Elk Mountain. Big Nose George was finally caught, hung, and of course his skin was used to make a pair of shoes for a doctor in Wyoming. Just Big Nose George, one of the most historic outlaws in Wyoming. His gang killed 2 people. They ambushed him up a canyon near Elk Mountain. after these two were looking. They had robbed the train, and the two detectives were looking for him. And they were shot and killed on this day in 1878. Same day Thomas Edison was getting on a train, presumably, and saying goodbye to Wyoming after a fun hunting and fishing trip. Crazy. 1941, Wyoming Aircraft School won approval from the Civil Aeronautics Authority. 1953, the first letter sent out in an effort to organize the Wyoming State Historical Society. The letter was sent by Lola Hampshire, just in case you are wondering. And in 1998, on this day, the Mangus Cabin in Grand Teton National Park was added to the National Registry of Historic Places. All these things happen on this day. This day is August 19th. That'll take us to the top of the hour news break. We'll see you on the other side as we break for news with our radio syndicates around the state. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The Wyoming man who earned the nation's highest civilian award for heroism, rescuing a mother and son from their burning home in 2022, is now battling back from a devastating crash with a semi-trailer on I-80 that nearly killed him earlier this month. 35-year-old Ryan Pasborg of Green River, who received the Carnegie Medal for Heroism from Governor Mark Gordon last year, was nearly killed when his Nissan Titan crashed into a semi-trailer stopped in the middle of the interstate. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Pasborg was recently released from the University of Utah Hospital after being airlifted there on August 4th.
He was driving down Interstate 80, he said about midnight on August 4th or a little after, and there was a semi, he said, parked in the middle of the interstate without lights or cones or anything. So he hit the back of this flatbed semi at about 80 miles an hour. He spent much of August in Utah Hospital, and he started his own business about a year ago. So he has no insurance, and he is just needing some help right now.
The crash left him with a broken sternum, bleeding on the brain, a punctured lung, broken ribs, a broken femur, and a mangled left hand. He also underwent surgery on his spleen due to blood loss. A trailer fire in which a 43-year-old woman was found dead Friday north of Riverton remains under investigation. 5 Riverton Volunteer Fire Department units and 16 firefighters responded just after 8 p.m. Friday to the trailer home that was fully engulfed in flames. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that so far there are no indications of suspicious happenings in the fire, although authorities say it's too early to make a definitive statement.
It's too early to say whether everything's benign, but it's also too early to call anything suspicious. News reporters are taught that you don't assume the person died of the fire, just that they were dead in the fire. And that's because of a very famous double homicide case from 2011 where people were found dead in the fire and it turned out they were stabbed to death. Not saying that's what happened here, but when you talk to officials about fatalities and fires in Fremont County, there's that extra layer of caution.
No one else was found dead or injured in the blaze, according to the Riverton Volunteer Fire Department chief. The state fire marshal's office is investigating the origin and cause of the fire. Republicans have a history of painting Democrats as soft on crime, and Democrats could be vulnerable to that label in the midterm elections if they oppose President Donald Trump's bid to extend the takeover of the D.C. police force beyond 30 days, an extension that requires congressional approval. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that as Trump plans to expand his law enforcement crackdowns into other blue cities, something he announced last week, Wyoming's Republican congressional delegation is seizing the moment.
The Wyoming incoming congressional delegation is very supportive of President Donald Trump's takeover of the Metropolitan Washington, D.C. police force. What's interesting is that on the other side of the aisle, nobody is supportive of this. If the Democrats do not support extending this, the Republicans can use it as fodder for labeling them soft on crime.
A vote on whether to allow Trump's extension of the takeover is likely to be one of the first orders of business in September when Congress returns from its months-long recess. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Well, if Samuel L. Jackson has had it with all those bleeping snakes on that bleeping plane, he should steer clear of Wyoming. Rattlesnakes are so common at the South Bighorn County Airport near Grable, airport staff have gotten used to them, although managers told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines they might freak visitors out.
Really avid Wyoming pilot. Because of weather, last week he had to land at the airport in Grable, and they noticed on the hangar there's a warning saying, watch out for rattlesnakes. We've killed 2 in this hangar so far. And so I reached out to the manager of the airport, and he said, yeah, that's just a Tuesday. That's also where that boneyard is, where all those old vintage planes are. He said, anybody who wants to go walk around that boneyard, the first thing he tells them is watch for the rattlesnakes.
So far, nobody has been bitten, and as a bonus, the rattlesnakes are credited for controlling mice and other vermin. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake is back. Renee Jean should be here momentarily. We'll talk about her stories. The latest pretty fun story and encouraging story for Wyoming. Positive. The headline, diesel mechanic students will benefit from WyoTech partnership with Kenworth Trucks. Kenworth, of course, one of the leading manufacturers of big semi-tractor trailer trucks. And Kenworth sees the worth in having a ready workforce. I mean, these kids are learning how to fix diesel engines. A new collaborative gives WyoTech students in Laramie hands-on experience with about $2 million worth of custom-built Kenworth trucks. These students in Laramie will have access to the latest and greatest that Kenworth does, and that includes real techie kind of truck stuff, like forward-looking cameras, backward cameras. Our favorite trucker, Daryl Orr, drives one of these souped-up tech trucks, and he says his mirrors, there's no rear view mirror in a in a big 18-wheeler because you got the trailer behind you, but you got your side view mirrors, and they're all digital. They're actually cameras. It's not glass. It's not mirror. You're looking at cameras, rear-facing cameras on the truck, and then you got forward-looking cameras that are looking for obstructions. You got cameras that are keeping you in your lane. I mean, these trucks are so teched out. Forward-looking radar, forward-looking cameras, side cameras, radar systems, torque overlay steering, so the truck holds its lane. All these systems have to talk to each other. And if you understand them, all power to you. But these kids in this program understand it. Plus, they can torque a wrench or two. And they are what a ready workforce they make for Kenworth, because there's just not enough diesel mechanics to begin with. And a great story from Renee Jean. She talks to Shayna Rodriguez, who's highlighted in this story. And Shayna grew up in a family full of boys in Hawaii and now finds herself in this program in Laramie, Wyoming. And she said her childhood with all the boys, she had all brothers. Her childhood was full of fixing vehicles of all kinds. She can't remember the first time she looked under the hood of a car or truck, but when she did, she was fascinated with learning how to fix it. She said, my uncle had a tow truck company, and so I was always fixing his tow truck a lot, fixing trucks. And she said the more she learned, the more she wanted to get bigger and better. And she said, I want to make my mark on the world. I always wanted to be able to fix like bigger stuff. So here she is. She's in Laramie. She's in part of this program with Wyotech, Laramie-based trade school. And she's learning how to basically rebuild a Kenworth from the ground up. Good for her. Kenworth Technical School Program Manager Darren Erickson is quoted in the story. He talks about the workforce that's needed. He said, we need probably between 30,000 and 40,000 diesel mechanics a year. And schools across America right now combined are graduating about 8 to 11,000. So a huge shortage in big, heavy engine, big diesel mechanics. But stepping in the gap is Wyotech, the Laramie-based trade school that's teaching these kids how to work on the latest. And they need access, to these new trucks, these new tech. These are brand new trucks. This is a Wyotech owner Jim Mathis says this is a great partnership with Kenworth to get the latest technology, brand new trucks. It's truly amazing, he said. We're just going to continually keep these a couple of years, then turn them back over to Kenworth, and Kenworth in turn will give us whatever the latest best trucks are a couple of years from now. Sounds like a win-win for everybody, and Kenworth and that cooperative relationship with Wyotech. Great story from Renee Jean, the business reporter. Renee, where are you? We're missing Renee, and we miss Jackie today too. Is it one of those days where everybody's going to ignore me? Maybe. It's just one of those Tuesdays. Sometimes Renee forgets. Sometimes she's busy on the road. Renee also has a story about delivery drones, and I so wanted to talk to her to tell her why it's not going to work. Delivery drones in Wyoming, delivery drones in general, I don't think are going to work. They're not feasible. But certainly in Wyoming, where you're faced with extra challenges like winter, wind. Show me the drone. Well, I have seen drones fly in some pretty good wind, I have to admit. working on weddings, DJing weddings. I have seen video guys with their drones, and on pretty windy days, they can keep those drones stable. But, it's not the windiest. I mean, in super windy Wyoming skies, and definitely in winter, I don't know how these things can work. But Walmart's working with a company named Zipline, and they are remote testing in Wyoming drone delivery. Walmart's super interested in being able to have people order online, similar to Amazon, and then get delivery within hours, not days. And Walmart's idea is to partner with a couple of outfits. One of them is Zipline. And in the story written by Renee Jean, she talks to MIT graduate Gustavo Fujiwara, who has worked for NASA, worked for the FAA, working on aerodynamic research for more than a decade now. He's now working with Zipline and trying to fine-tune drones and the ability to deliver packages, deliver orders for Walmart. And he's working on it in Wyoming. And there's photos and video of Fujiwara working on it. And you can see in the background snow-covered mountains. So we know he is in Wyoming. He posted a video on X of a drone dropping off a package in someone's lawn. And the package is dropped with a little mini parachute, and the package hits the lawn pretty hard, which is another question I have, like whether drones can work. These drones operating in Wyoming are going to have to figure out how to operate in wind and cold. And then when they deliver stuff like fresh fruit, bananas, lemons, limes, eggs, you want to order your eggs from Walmart, and this drone is dropping your package. The parachute it was not a huge parachute. And that package, the box hit pretty hard. Like wham, it bounced a couple times. I can imagine people are going to have all kinds of problems with their package. They're going to complain. They're going to say, my bananas were bruised, my eggs were broken, and the other thing was shattered. Yeah. Plus proof of delivery. I mean, UPS and FedEx, now the driver takes photos of the package on your doorstep to prove that he or she left it there. So you got to blame the lost package on porch pirates or something. How are you going to do that with the drone? Maybe the drone can take a photo of having left a package. I don't know. But yeah, I wanted to tell Renee, not that she's saying drone delivery could work. In her story, she just mentions that Walmart is working on a program with Zipline to test drone. I wanted to tell Renee, it's never going to work. Never going to work, Renee. And then watch what she says, the scientist in her. And also, Renee has a story about Mountain Health Co-op. One of the state's few remaining major insurers is pulling out of Wyoming. Mountain Health Co-op told its members last week that it was leaving by the end of the year. That will leave Wyoming with just two major providers for health insurance. Blue Cross Blue Shield and United Health, and that's it. And that's going to mean higher costs for your health insurance. Be looking for maybe Blue Cross is saying maybe a 20% rate increase. United Health is thinking more like 30%. Mountain Health Co-op had been looking at a 32% increase in your premiums before they decided to just flat out give up and leave the state at the end of this year. And then there's a letter to the editor in the Cowboy State Daily from Blue Cross Blue Shield's CEO and president, who we have reached out to get her on the show. What is her name? really interesting. And she is worried. She's Blue Cross Blue Shield, and she said it's not good for anybody, the situation with health insurance right now. It's going to be more expensive, and there are going to be problems. Diane Gore is who I'm talking about. I reached out to have Diane come on the show, but she wrote an opinion piece in the Cowboy State Daily special guest column. It said, what you need to know about changing healthcare costs. Diane Gore, CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield, writes, health insurance premiums are set to rise, and here's why. And it is a slap in the face, stark news. She said due to the tax credits that were available in the Affordable Care Act that were part of, so-called Obamacare, those tax credits are expiring. They were not renewed in the big, beautiful bill, and that's going to mean rate increases nearly across the board for people that are insured by Blue Cross Blue Shield or anybody else. Rising costs inevitable. Yeah, tough news. So, Renee Jean had all those stories, and it looks like she won't be here to talk about them. So, it might be a good time to rodeo. What do you say? Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Road Show. Will?
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today's special guest, Scott Walton, a great friend and a person that's been involved in the rodeo business for over 40 years as a big screen operator, one of the integral parts of Harry Vold's crew, the legendary Duke of the Chutes, and the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award in Professional Rodeo. Scott Walton on the show next.
It's not just another conference. It's the 2025 Grazing Expo, September 4th through the 7th in Billings, Montana, hosted by the Montana and Wyoming Grazing Lands Coalitions. Connect with more than 60 expert speakers and dive into over 40 in-depth breakout sessions focused on practical tools and resources that support your grazing operation. There's something for everyone looking to support agriculture and our grazing lands. Producers can attend for free with a Rancher Resilience Grant. Learn more about the event at montanaglc.org.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
The Rodeo Roadshow, I've been kind of after this guy. He's been avoiding me for about a year. That's not true. That's not true. He has been in the rodeo business since the early 80s, and we just got word yesterday that he has been inducted into the Cheyenne Frontier Days Hall of Fame. How about that? Scott Walton's on the line. Hello there, Scott.
Good morning, Will.
Man.
How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm great. I am so good. You are just one of those quiet, unassuming guys that has been in the business and done it all in the business, and finally you're being recognized as somebody that's been really good for rodeo. That's gotta be gratifying, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it really is. It's I guess for lack a better terminology, it's unbelievable, really. When I started, years ago, I never dreamt that any of this would, it wasn't even a thought, I guess, let alone the furthest thing from my mind.
The one and only Scott Walton on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yes, it is. Sorry, I'm busy trying to get this special guest on. I don't know if I can make it happen, but it would be pretty cool. I don't know if... Let me take a quick break. I'm going to see if I can get this last-minute special guest on. I hate to tease it and not be able to get him, but we'll see. I'm going to take a real quick break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs! We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Microphone working.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and special guest, Dr. John Brady. Dr. John, not that Dr. John. You know the Dr. John, the musician from Louisiana?
Yeah, I do.
I love that guy's music. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. I didn't know you were coming on, Dr. John. I got my wires crossed or something. I didn't know you were going to join us today, but I'm glad you're here.
Well, listen, part of my job is to deal with people that have their wires crossed. That's what I've done for years.
Oh, man. Amen. I hear you. Dr. John Brady, we'll tell you who he is. He's a nationally recognized forensic psychologist dealing with people that have their wires crossed. And
right.
he's been following this Brian Kohlberger case. He's the guy who stabbed, 4 people to death in Idaho, and he just got sent to prison?
Yes, he got 4 consecutive life sentences plus 10 years.
Golly. So
pretty sad case.
yes. Now I want to learn what it is you do, what the day job is, but on this particular topic, you've been following this. You've been following Brian Kohberger's case and now his incarceration. Did you follow the case, by the way? I mean, we had a knife that nobody could find, and then we finally get a conviction, right? You've been following that since the beginning?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jake. So, number one, I'm glad that you and I connected, which is the most important thing. So we got this all straightened out. What I've done for a long time is to follow these cases, and then in some instances, I write up the results of these, and then I write books about it. So I've written 7 books on true crime, real crime cases, such as Sirhan, Lee Harvey Oswald, Luigi Mangione, that you and I might want to talk about it at another date. So the product of the research and the analysis of these killers really culminates in the formation of these books. So that's what I do. With Kohberger, it's such an intriguing case from many angles, starting with his background, starting with his history, with his probably the more I get into his case, the more I see video of him, the more I think that the original defense attorney, the public defender, was on the right track concerning him having some sort of a cognitive deficiency, whether that was on the spectrum or not on the spectrum, I don't know. But he has a lot of very strange characteristics which were denigrated and thought to be associated with psychopathic behavior. Whereas, as I said, Jake, the more I look at him, the more he has these strange characteristics, including sort of a fixed gaze and stare and not blinking, which is kind of a behavioral sign of something is happening.
I have noticed that. Let me ask you, because you're the expert on this, and I've always thought this, when we talk about whether it's serial killers or somebody who's done a mass murder, even the act of murder using a knife, stabbing, that is
that's right.
That is very visceral. It is not like 4 pounds of pressure on a trigger of a gun. It is, you have to have some real intent to kill. Now, isn't anyone, Kohberger stabbed 4 people to death? Isn't he by definition crazy? And excuse the terminology, I don't know what psychologists would say. He's not in his right mind to begin with, right? Can we even put him on trial?
Well, I think that the what you point out is really accurate, that this involves a frenzy situation that was based on his own history and what went on before the crime. It's pretty clear that he surveilled the girl's rented house more than 20 times. He was in the area. There is recent information given by the prosecutor Thompson that suggests that maybe he was in the house at one point. So he knew the terrain, and that's an important fact because the configuration of the house is very confusing. It's 2 stories, it's cut up, you have to go in through a back sliding door. So there is a high probability he was in the house before and he was stalking one or more of the victims. Probably, in my view, he went after the 2 female victims. The 3rd victim, I think, caught him unaware, and she and the male victim were kind of collateral damage in what he wanted to do. The important thing is to back up and look at his history. His history is very significant because he's obviously an intelligent person working on a doctor's degree in criminology, and he had every advantage that you could have from a good family, etc. But something went terribly wrong in his thinking, where he became this isolated, cut off alien person who couldn't relate, especially to women. A salient point that I found, a small point I found interesting, was when they did the forensic on his telephone. You and I both have either Androids or Apple, iPhones. And on those iPhones are your contacts. Well, I looked at mine this morning, and your contact is in there, of course. And there's several hundred others, so there's by alpha. So there's 24 letters, categories. So if there's 20 in each one, you've got maybe 400 contacts or whatever in your phone. With Kohlberger, he had 18. He had 18 contacts.
Doesn't seem like many.
Yeah. So that's a small indicator that he was just cut off and alien from everybody. So this distancing from other people, especially women, he tried to hide in kind of this what's called incel syndrome. This, I don't know if you heard about this incel situation, which is a big thing now running through the internet, which is the involuntary people who feel that they are unable to have sex with the opposite sex, and they isolate themselves. So the celibacy situation is also a possibility. And in order to deal with this, Kohlberger was overcompensating. He bragged to his friends that he could get any girl anytime he wanted. All he had to do was to peruse these bars and clubs, and then he could have access to any woman he wanted. The reality of it is he couldn't do that. He was, as I said, cut off. He was estranged from women. The women interviewed gave a very different picture of him as somebody who was scary, who was off-putting, who made comments concerning the negative characteristics of women. So he was just the opposite of the self-image he tried to project, and he drifted into this overcompensatory situation where if he couldn't have what he wanted, he would eliminate that.
Yeah, well, the pieces starting to come together. We're talking to Dr. John Brady, nationally recognized forensic psychologist. We're trying to get in the head of Brian Kohlberger. Dark place to be. Convicted Idaho mass murder, 4 murders, stabbings in Idaho, right over the border. This was huge headlines. Let's fast forward to now. Brian Kohlberger, convicted, sentenced. He's in a maximum security prison.
Yes.
And now, because of some things he said, he's a target from his fellow inmates. Before we talk about what it is that's put the target on his back and made of a marked man, can you, with any experience, explain what it's like when you're a high-profile person like this going into maximum security? I think we know sexual predators with minorities, certain certain people that are in for the wrong kind of crimes are a target in prisons. I mean, that's where a shank is looking to go in prison. What do you think about this guy? Is this the kind of guy where when he gets to prison, boy, you better not leave him alone for too long? I don't know.
Well, the initial situation, which is the adaptation or the acclimation to the prison life, is the first thing that the authorities have to think about. If you think about what happens to people when they're first committed to prison, it's such a complete shock to them, to the ordinary person, where they're deprived of their liberties. And with Koberger, that's forever. I mean, that's not 3 to 5 with a possibility of parole or 20 years of possibility of parole. He's in there for life. So the first situation that you have to get over or to deal with is the possibility of self-destructive behavior. So I've seen people in prison who realized their fate and they actually committed suicide while they were in prison because they couldn't face what was happening to them. They couldn't face the new environment they were in, and they couldn't face the fact that they were there in prison for a long period of time. If you look at contrast this situation with Jeffrey Epstein, that's a very intriguing case that I outline in my book Breakdown, the next book in my series, that maybe he had similar kinds of alienation feelings, that he was so disparaged and denigrated by the more recent charges in his case that he did hang himself. I mean, that's a very controversial situation. Back to Koberger, the authorities don't have much control over the kind of castigation that he receives from other inmates in the pecking order. So he obviously, and the title to your show is Brian Cryberger, which is kind of interesting because he's complaining about the heckling and the maltreatment by the other inmates. Once you go into a prison, whether it's a local lockup, whether it's a state lockup or a federal prison, there is clearly a hierarchy of prisoners who are in there for various crimes. And as you point out, the sex offender, the abuser of women, essentially is at the bottom of the ladder. So he's complaining, apparently, that he has been mistreated, heckled, he can't sleep at night, that sort of thing. So that's pretty much standard operating procedure. Once you get into the prison situation, you are under the prison code. You are confined 23 hours a day in solitary confinement. The first consideration I would have would be for his own safety that he doesn't commit suicide.
So he's,
as I said, I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Particularly in one case that I worked on, where the person told me they were going to commit suicide because they were depressed, and actually they followed through. They weren't put on a suicide watch. So he's facing a lot of psychological pressures, given the fact that he's probably not playing with a full deck anyway, based on some of his, as I said before, based on some of his physical characteristics. The staring and the not blinking is a really interesting tip-off. The non-professional press says that this is indication of a psychopathic stare, which is a possibility, and I've seen psychopaths that have this stare. Alternatively, there's also a spectrum issue where the stare is not used to intimidate, as the popular press says, but it's used as a defense against a person who is unable to connect with other people. So that's one of his defining characteristics, is that maybe he was somewhere aligned on the spectrum, disorder, autistic or otherwise, or he had some other mental disturbance, illness, or disease, which really altered his ability to perceive the world as it was, and that he certainly had that. I mean, the comments from women, the negative reports were based on his perception, on his being perceived as strange by other people.
We're talking about Brian Kohberger, who is obviously disturbed in some way. He stabbed to death 4 women in Idaho. He's now in maximum security prison. Dr. Brady, a psychologist for 25 years, spent hours analyzing why individuals commit heinous crimes like this. He's provided testimony in numerous cases, and he's written several books from his professional clinical work and court records. And Kohberger, fitting into prison is the first thing you got to do when you're an inmate, finding your place. And Kohberger has not done himself any favors from what we're learning from inside information. He's complained to prison guards that these guys are doing these things to me. I mean, that is not the way to ingratiate yourself to your fellow inmates. He's cruising for a bruising, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's right.
Is this? I don't know. Are you waiting to write the last chapter of this book? Is this your next book, Dr. Brady?
Well, that's a good question, Jake. Dealing with him is just like dealing with the tip of an iceberg, because what you can see is really the most elementary part of his personality. The remaining part of his personality is buried so deeply in the subterranean area of his mind that is secretive. It would be almost impossible to really probe what is his true identity, and what led to this homicidal impulse to kill 4 people. All we're really left with is my observations, your observations, the public's observations of what we think he's like. We don't really know, but some of the anecdotal information concerning his ineptitude and inability to connect with women is really salient. I mean, it's very important. For example, when he was at a college in Pennsylvania, he had I understand, a Tinder date with this now nurse woman about 10 years ago. And she reports some very negative comments concerning her interaction with Kohberger, that she felt threatened. She felt he was inappropriate. She felt that she didn't want to have anything to do with him. Unfortunately, she let him into her dorm room at this college in Pennsylvania before he went to Washington State University. She let him into her dormitory. She was very uncomfortable with him, and wanted to have him leave her room. She pretended she was sick. She went into the bathroom. He wouldn't leave. So it was a very uncomfortable, bad situation for this young woman who became a nurse. The interesting thing is, so he finally leaves. After he leaves, he texts her, communicates with her, and tells her what a great time he had. So we're dealing with a split reality here.
His perception is...
Yeah, that's right. his perception is 99.9% inaccurate based on her reflection of what happened, and she wanted to escape. He made comments concerning her body. He tried to touch her. He told her that she had beautiful birthing hips. I mean, what kind of a statement is that? I mean, it's a strange, it's an oblique statement in and of itself.
It's not a first date statement. I'll say that.
Yeah. They actually went to a movie. They went to a movie, and then somehow she allowed him. She was a young girl. I mean, just like the victims in the Washington or in the Moscow, Idaho case. She was a young, immature, naive person, but she was smart enough and had the insight enough to realize that she needed an escape route to get this guy out of her life. Subsequent to that, then his misperception of the situation was, this was a great experience. I really enjoyed myself. So the kind of psychological cues or the encoding of information that he receives from others is totally at variance with reality.
Yep. She's saying get lost creep. He's saying great date. When can we meet again? It's just the gap between those two. And that here is the problem. I wasn't following the case close enough, Dr. Brady. Do you know who, if anyone, professionally analyzed Kohlberger to try to get in to his head? Did he have anyone?
Yeah, I think he did. I mean, I think he did. And I think he had the defense were prepared to present some sort of diminished capacity defense based on his mental instability and essentially on his high functioning autistic spectrum disorder. And I think that's pretty relevant given the facts that you and I have discussed here today. The staring, the misinterpretation of the cues from other people, especially from women, the defense mechanisms of projection and denial of this more or less braggadocio. I'm a alpha male and I can get anybody. It's just the opposite is the case. So I think there is some information concerning his mental status done by a forensic psychologist or psychiatrist during the period before the trial, where they tried to introduce a mental defense. I think they were trying to put forth anything they could to spare this guy from the firing squad.
I'm trying to be overly conscious now of not blinking too much or blinking enough or not staring.
I noticed that. You noticed that.
But you got me all freaked out. But Dr. John Brady,
no diagnosis here. No,
he's not going to give me a freebie consultation yet. Dr. John Brady, forensic psychologist. This is what he does. He's been doing this. Our time is running short, Dr. Brady. Give me an idea. If you were offered a chance to sit down with Brian Kohlberger and try to analyze him, what are some of the first questions you would ask? What are some of the first things you would do right off?
Can I hypnotize you?
Oh.
Can I hypnotize you? I've had other patients where the exact reason for their offenses was so elusive that it was buried in their own subconscious.
Oh, yeah.
The first thing I would do is see, and I had several cases in my book, Breakdown, that comes out next month in October, actually. So I've had several patients that were almost unaware of the nature of where this violence came from. So that's the first thing I would do, to establish rapport with him as a human being. I think this guy is so maligned by the press, by all these TV shows, that they're forgetting that this could be a wonderful, not a wonderful, but an insightful learning experience to figure out why this guy did it, what was in his mind, how cognizant was he of what looks like pre-planning and premeditation. How cognizant was he of all the factors that drove him to commit this crime?
Yeah, that could be useful. I mean, you don't just wake up one day and your brain is broken. I mean, something got him here,
That's right.
and it would be interesting to learn what and how. And yeah, I don't know. This story is not ended. I don't know if Kohlberger gets to be an old man in prison. I don't see us getting there one way or another, unfortunately. How can we find your books? How can we find out more about you? We got to have you on again for sure, but how can we learn more about you?
Well, the price is right, so I'll come back. You can find my books on Trine Day, TRINE Day Publisher. You can find on my website, just Dr. John C. Brady, Facebook, and LinkedIn, and Barnes and Noble. So the forthcoming book, Breakdown, is a comparison between Lee Harvey Oswald's mental state and Sirhan's mental state, the two 24-year-olds that assassinated the Kennedy brothers.
Man, we got to talk again just to dig into some of this stuff. It is fascinating.
Jake, thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. And I'll have to get you a copy of Breakdown, that book, and send it to you.
I would love to read that, and then we'll discuss.
Hey, thanks.
Okay, you have a great Tuesday. Thanks for coming on.
No, thank you for the invitation.
Absolutely. Dr. John Brady, fascinating. We've been talking about Brian Kohlberger, the convicted multiple murderer who stabbed the 4 women in Idaho, now doing life in a maximum security prison. Already he's been complaining that he doesn't get along with everybody there. Well, no wonder. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back, run for the finish line here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Yeah, we're back. Ran a little long on that last segment, but it was worth it, I think. Fascinating discussion with Dr. John Brady as we try to figure out what caused Brian Koberger to stab 4 women to death in Idaho, those college students. And then what has caused the guy to already become a problem inmate in maximum security prison, where he has complained that his fellow cellmates are not letting him sleep. They're being too noisy. I mean, the first thing, I would imagine when you're Brian Koberger and you're into prison, you gotta figure out how to make friends and influence people pretty fast, or there's a target on your back. Just trying to get into his mind. I don't know if that's a trip you want to take, but fascinating. Dr. John Brady was sharing with us what he thought about Brian Koberger. Great discussion. That's going to wrap it up for us on a Tuesday. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We got more for you tomorrow, same time. For now, y'all have a great day, and we'll see you again.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.